Please have a seat. Thank you. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Senator.
Hi. How are you? Okay.
I love Minnesota. It's a lovely
It is a
state.
great
It really is a
place.
great state.
It's doing very well.
Yeah. Great weather now, too.
Yes.
Okay, we're just going to go logistical.
Okay, great. Thanks, Richard.
Okay. Hi, good morning. Thank you all for coming. We have a jam-packed day. So I just want to go over a few logistical. We have a Twitter hashtag, Mobile Theft WKSP. Hashtag Mobile Theft WKSP. Like, we'll be taking questions. We have cards here. We have staff that will help collect them. We're also taking questions on live questions at fcc.gov. Please turn off your telephones. We have brochures in the back. In case of emergency, please exit through the back door. We have plenty of staff to help you find anything, restrooms, whatever. We have a very short lunch time, 12:15 to 1. So in case you didn't hear me the first time, in case you didn't. So we have a cafeteria downstairs in the building. And for panelists, please talk directly into the microphones because we are taping this, and the video should be up in a few days afterwards. It is now with great pleasure I introduce the chairman of the FCC, Tom Wheeler. Chairman?
Roger, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and in particular, thank you to Senator Klobuchar and Congressman Serrano. John Faust, thank you for joining us from the D.C. Police Department, and to all of you who are here physically and out there through that lens. This workshop is part of a program that we've instituted to put a solution on the table in the next 6 months. One has to be encouraged by what the industry has done in terms of a database and in terms of an opt-in voluntary code, but it's not enough. And the question before us is, how do we solve this problem once and for all? I've spoken to the OEMs, the people who make mobile phones, and they've all told me, we've got our solution, but we need a common solution. We don't need situations where you've got to have some kind of an engineering degree to figure out how this phone is different from this phone in what the solutions may be. There are solutions. Everyone wants solutions. The senator and the congressman have been champions in pushing for legislation to find a solution. State attorneys general pushing for solutions. Police chiefs. I had a meeting a short while ago with the ICT Minister of Colombia, Diego Vega, who told me the impact of our policy in his country, or our lack of policy in his country. So the purpose of this meeting is not to identify the issue, not to discuss the issue, but to identify solutions and how to implement them. The Technological Advisory Council, under Dennis Robertson's chairmanship, we'll put together the pieces that hopefully emerge from this and other discussions. And I've given Dennis until the end of the year to be back to us with specific, actionable solutions. So let's be real clear on the purpose of what we're here to accomplish today. There's been lots of talk about this issue. The issue has been identified. The low-hanging fruit solutions to this issue have been picked. It's time to climb higher up the tree. It is time to have an automatic common solution that everybody can take advantage of to protect their mobile device and to protect themselves. As I've said so many times here at the agency, we believe in what we call the regulatory seesaw, always accompanied with this motion. And that is that if the market is working, if voluntary action is doing the job, then it's not necessary for us to do things. But this seesaw goes both ways. And on this issue, we have spent enough time on the playground. It is time to come back with a solution, and one way or another, to get that solution in place within 6 months. So, as I said, we're really honored to have Senator Klobuchar and Congressman Serrano with us today. Senator, why don't I get out of your way? You've been a member of the Judiciary Committee, a former prosecutor, so she knows what she's speaking about in terms of this kind of thing. Member of the Commerce Committee, member of the Judiciary Committee, the sponsor in the Senate of the Smartphone Theft Prevention Act. Senator, we're glad you're here.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman, and I liked your words about getting a solution, not just identifying a problem. And I also, you did forget the most important part of my biography, and that was that I actually spent 14 years working as a telecommunications lawyer. Yes, true story, at a law firm. So I have a little sense of the company side of these kinds of issues, but I certainly also, as a prosecutor for 8 years, see the public safety side. And I really was quite shocked, I know Representative Serrano was as well, by how quickly this has come to the forefront as an issue. And it's not just because of anecdotal stories. The numbers are there to prove it. 1 in 3 robberies today involve some kind of phone theft. I personally know friends of mine. One was actually a candidate for mayor who was at the Mall of America in Bloomington. Someone went after his phone. That was the only thing they were stealing, and he ran after him and literally got beat up in a shopping mall by the people that were stealing it very severely. And so it just gives you a sense of what we're dealing with right now. The University of Minnesota, the president has taken this on so personally that when he drives by and sees a student at night with their phone out, he opens rolls down the window. I'm sure it kind of scares the student, and tells them, "What are you doing here? You shouldn't have your phone out." And I think we all know that our laws need to be as sophisticated as the perpetrators that are breaking them, and that's what our issue is right now. And I appreciate other commissioners being here and law enforcement and everyone that's here to do something about this. Our bill, actually, we were very pleased. We gathered the support of Senator Barbara Mikulski, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, no shrinking violet, and so we're glad we have her on board, as well as a number of other senators. Representative Serrano has introduced the bill in the House, and we have growing support across the country. As you all know, the bill urges the wireless industry to step up to the plate and address these thefts by requiring smartphones sold in the U.S. to include kill switch technology that would give consumers the ability to wipe the personal data off their phone to render it inoperable to anyone but the owner and prevent it from being reactivated. Obviously, when you introduce a bill like this, you hear interesting viewpoints from people, not just industry really, but people that are concerned the government is somehow going to then take that data, and we've tried to make it clear over and over again that this actually empowers the owner to make that decision because they own this information and no one else owns the information. And the way it is right now, if they have a kill switch and they're not using it, which, by the way, is one of my pet peeves, that a lot of people, we need to do much more education out there. Once you come up with a solution, we're going to have to give it out to the public so they are actually doing this, or have it be more than just an opt-in, because I think that's one of our problems. And until we reach that critical mass where the thieves know that these people they're not going to be able to access their data, or they're going to turn it off once they steal it, we're still not going to get where we want to, because the thieves are going to keep trying to steal and see if, in fact, someone has activated their kill switch. So to me, this is finding the solution, but it's also doing it in a way that it's easy for the public to do and easy for the public to understand, because we're never going to get to the end of the incentives to steal unless the thieves know they're basically taking a brick. The stolen devices, as you know, are not just resold in the U.S. Many of them are resold all over the world, as the chairman pointed out, including places like Hong Kong and South America, where they can often fetch a higher price. So to me, this is all about eliminating that incentive, and it's some about technology, but it's also about making sure we do this technology in a way where it's actually going to be used. I was encouraged to hear that in April, a number of the wireless companies and smartphone manufacturers got together and announced a voluntary agreement to take action and have a anti-theft tool available at no cost to consumers by July of 2015. And I know part of the discussion today is exactly what that would look like, and how we can get some kind of a uniform solution in this country, because I think you know what's happening. The manufacturers do. Minnesota passed a law this year, and you're going to start seeing localities and states doing this across the country, because their citizens just aren't going to tolerate it when they're getting beaten up at a shopping mall over a cell phone. And so I think it is better if we do this on a national basis and a federal basis, better for everyone. One, it's safer for people, and two, you're going to be better for industry in the end if we can get a uniform plan for the whole country. Because trust me, I've been out there. I go to some meeting about farm policy or a meeting about tax policy, and the first question is about cell phone theft. We've got an issue. So not to mention the youth groups that have been out now with school out. They're always talking about that, and they've heard about it, and they know kids that have had their phones stolen. So it is a real problem, and something that we in this great country that invented many of these products should be able to solve. So thank you so much for devoting an entire day, and I look forward to hearing from my colleague, Representative Serrano, and then I'm off for the on the President's Export Council. So we're going to talk about how the exciting things going on with exports, how we can do more, which also obviously involves this industry. And we want to keep the economy going on track and do smart rules and regulations so we don't interfere with that. But we do have to remember, when people are talking about this in Colombia, we have some responsibility to fix it. Thank you.
So, Congressman Jose Serrano, as the senator said, has been the leader in the House on this issue. He is the ranking member on a small committee that we have a passing interest in the House, our Appropriations Subcommittee. And so, we always listen to Congressman Serrano, and anxious to listen to him this morning. So, please, Congressman.
Thank you so much. A passing interest in appropriations lately has become the cut committee, not necessarily the appropriations committee, but we try to do the best for the FCC. And times have changed. I remember once I asked the FCC, the old FCC, I asked them, and you'll appreciate this, I said, I was born in Puerto Rico, so I always feel that I represent two districts, the South Bronx and Puerto Rico, because they don't have a voting member. So I said, why isn't there satellite radio available in Puerto Rico? He says, the satellite won't reach there. So I said, why don't you borrow one from the CIA? I'm sure it'll get there right away. So now they have it. These little things that we do. But I was impressed that you spoke to Diego Vega.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that Zorro or Zorro's father?
No.
Don Diego de la Vega or something, is it? just bad Latin humor, you know. I think this is such an important issue and such an important gathering. In my city of New York, this is an epidemic, and it's an epidemic throughout. And I used to think before other companies came on board making very good smartphones that one of them should stop making white earphones, because you could tell in the subway, on the street, that you had something very special coming out of your pocket by the white. And I had this silly notion that there should be a rule that everybody makes black or one color so that you can't tell what you have. Now there are other folks with good phones, and it makes a lot of sense just to get to the problem. And the problem, as we know it, is that there has to be a way. And let me backtrack a second. One of the things, and I don't speak for the senator because I don't want to get her in any trouble, but industry folks, whenever you present something to them, their first reaction is, we can't do that. And then our reaction has to be, but you have the technology to do it. And you have to understand that you can do it. And this cannot be something where people opt into. This has to be something that is there, readily available for you to clear your phone. And if the only way we could do it is that only you can bring it back to life, then that's the case. Because as the senator mentioned, and I want to thank her for her leadership and her coming up with this great idea, and I also want to thank all the attorney generals. I think there's about 25 of them throughout the nation that have joined us, including my attorney general, Eric Schneiderman in New York, who held a big press conference to introduce this bill in New York. What's happening is that people are just wondering, okay, how do I not have to incur any additional cost? And then you're hearing from industry, in some cases, we'll do it on our own, but we need the FCC to guide them as to what it is that we want. And what we want is something that works. As everyone knows, this is growing quickly. In many areas, it is the single most common crime. The statistics are staggering. In my hometown of New York, smartphone theft grew 40% in the last year and now makes up 20% of all robberies. 20% of all robberies. And the numbers continues to grow. As everyone here knows, stealing smartphones is a lucrative business, both here in the United States and internationally. And that's an important point that we have to remember. A lot of the phones that are stolen here are not kept here. They're sent overseas as part of a black market, if you will, ring that would operate, or many that operate. So we have to be cognizant of that when we legislate and when we put things together at the SEC. Our current efforts have not been adequate to stem these incentives. And unfortunately, some of these crimes lead to tragic results. In my borough of the Bronx, a man was killed while being robbed of his smartphone on his way home from work. This is why the Senate and I have introduced the Smartphone Theft Prevention Act, which will empower consumers to protect themselves and create an important deterrent for criminals to continue targeting smartphones. And that's so important. You steal something because you can get some use out of it. If you steal something that then gives you no benefit, or you can't resell, or you can't get anything out of it, then you're not going to steal it. You'll move on to the next invention. And these, I've always wondered, if I ever, if I was reborn all of a sudden physically, I would want to study the human criminal mind. How is it, one, that they think they're never going to get caught? And two, how is it that these brilliant people go doing these things rather than doing these other things? Because that's what happens a lot. The bill mandates that cell phone service providers and cell phone manufacturers include kill switch capability for all customers, so that consumers can wipe their phones and render them useless on any network and prevent reactivation or reprogramming by criminals. I strongly believe that we need a national solution for what is now a national problem. And that is key, and that's what you spoke to. This can't be state by state. This can't be manufacturer by manufacturer. This can't be service provider by service provider. This has to be a national solution to a growing and present national problem. I have been heartened by April's announcement by many manufacturers and service providers to essentially try to do these very things voluntarily. However, with the scope and scale of this crime growing, there is more that needs to be done. First, we need to make sure that kill switch technology is automatically installed in all smartphone devices going forward, rather than requiring consumers to opt in to any such effort. This will help maximize the usage and usefulness of this type of technology. Second, we need to start collecting better data to further empower consumers and law enforcement, and to make that data readily available to the public. Now that, as you mentioned, brings up an issue, because I don't want to contradict myself. I'm the first one complaining about NSA, and then I can't be supporting collecting data. But what we have to do is be able to have law enforcement know how many phones are being stolen, where they're being stolen, where to direct their resources, what to direct their resources after, and that's what we're referring to. So we simply not doing enough, in my opinion, and we need to do more. So some of these very issues will be discussed at the various panels today, and I applaud the FCC's efforts to bring all the interest parties together to push for solutions. I believe that there is increasingly common ground in the efforts to combat this rising crime, and I hope we can all work together to end smartphone theft. And I thank you all for attending. And the last thing I have to say is a mantra that I have and you know about, and that is that whatever we do, and this may sound silly to you that I would make this request, that whatever we do includes the 50 states and the territories. One of my mantras on the Appropriations Committee is that we always, in fact, I'm old enough to remember when a group of great leaders worked hard to change the language so that a certain community was referred to as African Americans. And that grew over time, and people at first thought it was silly, but then it became a very important thing, and that's the correct way to address the community today. Well, one of the things I wish we in Congress would do is whenever we refer to the United States, say the 50 states and its territories, because they're not only not mentioned, but they're also not included. Whenever we legislate for 50 states. Whenever we appropriate for 50 states. But when we regulate for the 50 states and the territories. So I hope that continues, that when we put this together, it includes the 50 states and the territories, and not that they opt in or not opt in if they want to, but that they are regulated the same way because they're facing the same issues on a daily basis. So I thank you for your attendance today. Hopefully we will continue to grow on this bill, and hopefully we'll be able to walk the streets and people will try to steal our tie and not our smartphone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman, for challenging us and to broadening reminding us to broaden our scope as well. I noticed that Commissioner Rosenworcel came in during the middle of this. Jessica, would you like to join us and share some of your thoughts on this issue? Great. Please. You got to go worry about imports.
I do, but I wanted to mention something about the commissioner. She and I gave an award to someone from Minnesota recently at an event, and I introduced her, and I said that the two of us should give people faith that people can survive in Washington with last names that don't fit on a bumper sticker. So there we are. Good seeing you. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
I apologize. I have to do the same thing, but mine is a little different. We have a defense appropriations bill on the floor, but don't worry, that's the only department that gets all the money they want, so it's okay.
All right.
Thank you both for coming.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you to the chairman for offering to let me give a few words. Thank you to our members from Congress who came to speak with us today. And thank you to all of you for being here today. Here's a curious fact. There are more cell phones in this country than there are people. But if you think about it, that's not really all that strange. I bet that everyone in this room has at least one mobile device on them. They're always in our pockets. They're always in our purses. We download all of our data, all of our daily life into our devices. In fact, for me, I think of my smartphone as the remote control for my daily life. I'm sure many of you do too. But what we're starting to learn is that smartphone theft is big business. 1 in 3 robberies now includes the theft of a mobile device. And the FCC's own data suggests that last year that cost consumers $2.5 billion. But that actually underestimates the cost, because when you add in the cost from the loss of personal data, from the loss of financial data, from the loss of all sorts of possibilities for identity theft, there are estimates that suggest that that might cost consumers as much as $30 billion a year. So this is a problem, and it's big business. The good news is through legislative activity from Senator Klobuchar, Congressman Serrano, and others, and major city police chiefs like Washington, D.C.'s own Chief Lanier, who've spoken up, we're now shining a light on this problem. And as a result of that attention, groups of manufacturers and wireless providers have come together and suggested that they can work on a solution by next July. That's certainly progress. But as everybody in this room knows, the devil is in the details, and we're going to need your help to make those details simple, to make sure every consumer is educated and knows what they need to do to make themselves and their data more safe. And we need to make sure that those solutions are put in place on every device fast, because this problem is growing. And if we do our job right here today, and we fix this, we can put an end to the ugly, surging business of cell phone theft. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for making note of my attendance. I am very interested in your work, and I think that if you are successful, you are going to make all of us more safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, one of the great things about working here at the FCC and working with my colleagues like Commissioner Rosenworcel is the thoughtful processes that they engage in. I don't believe Commissioner Rosenworcel knew that I was going to call on her. I frankly didn't know I was going to, because I didn't know she was coming. But to get a cold call to please make some remarks, and then have remarks that are so cogent and stitched together, shows, I think, not only the skill sets represented by Commissioner Rosenworcel, but also the seriousness with which all of the Commission takes this issue and has internalized this issue ourselves. So I also want to welcome John Faust, who was here representing Police Chief Kathy Lanier for the District of Columbia. One of the things that we have been fortunate is that Chief Lanier and the D.C. Police have been working with us at the FCC. They have reached out to us not only on this but on many other issues. We're grateful to you for that, for our relationship. We're also grateful to the job you do protecting us all when we're here. So, John, it's yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. If you've seen the agenda for today, you've probably seen a picture. You've seen a picture of my boss, Chief Lanier. I'm obviously not Chief Lanier. My name is John Faust. I work as a special assistant for Chief Lanier in the Executive Office of the Chief of Police. I'm going to give you about a 3-year history of our involvement in cell phones in maybe 10 minutes. I don't mean to bore you with numbers, but I just kind of want to bring you up to date from where we were in 2011 to where we are in 2014. The end of the year 2011, we realized that we had kind of an upward trend in what appeared to be the theft and robbery of cell phone devices. As we looked into the numbers, we realized that in 2011, the end of the year, 38% of our robberies involved the taking of cell phones. We had 1,611 cell phones taken during robberies out of 4,208 robberies. In doing a little bit more analysis, we looked back upon the years. In 2007, that number was 24%. 24%, and throughout the years, steadily gone up to 38% in 2011. So in January 2012, Chief Lanier knew that she had an issue at hand, knew that some sort of immediate action needed to be taken, and January 2012 was an extremely busy month for us. Chief Lanier started formulating a plan of what she was going to do. She reached out to the United Kingdom. The GSM Association, Mr. James Moran out there was absolutely wonderful in helping us learn some background information and discover what they had done in the United Kingdom. They too had been facing this problem for quite some time. I don't know if it's necessarily longer than the U.S., but they started addressing the situation before we became aware of it. Chief Lanier wrote a letter to Tim Cook of Apple. She wanted to solicit their support and also to make them aware of the concern for the cell phone robberies. One concern that we had was the robberies, unlike thefts, are often violent crimes. People stick a gun in your face, say, give me the cell phone. In the olden days, it used to be that you grab a wallet out of somebody, give me your wallet, but nowadays, people are talking on the cell phone. They see this as the wallet, gun goes to the face, give me your cell phone. Anyway, Chief Lanier brought that to the attention of Apple. Chief Lanier also called the FCC chairman at that time so that we could enlist the support of the FCC and make them aware of the problem. Chief Lanier prepared a resolution for the major city chiefs, all the major city chiefs across the country, New York City, Atlanta, Boston. She wanted to make them aware of what we're discovering here in Washington, D.C., and also get them on board. At the same time, our police department prepared what we call crime density maps, and we further analyzed the situation. We reached out to departments across the country to find out what was going on. We learned that the problem was not isolated to Washington, D.C. This was a problem that was occurring in every major city across the United States. It was occurring in and around university campuses, and it was occurring on transit systems. And the story was the same. These are crimes of violence. People are sticking guns in people's faces. People are getting shot over cell phones. So we continued our efforts. At the same time we were doing this, New York City made an announcement in January 2012 that they too had a problem up there on their transit systems and in the city as well. February and March, we continued our conversations. I'm still in 2012. February and March, we continued our conversations with the United Kingdom, learning what they did. The resolution was passed by the major city chiefs calling for action. And what really, I think, gained national attention was the NBC News Today show contacted Chief Lanier. They said, Chief, can you tell us about this problem? What's going on? The Chief Lanier appeared on the Today show in April of 2012, I believe it was. Got national attention, not just big cities, but everywhere in the country. This is a problem. This is a problem that needs to be taken care of. We continue to work closely with the FCC and cell service providers. And in April 2012, we had the historic press release where an announcement was made that something was going to be done. That something was the creation of the database where cell phone service will be cut off if a cell phone is reported stolen. That went into effect in October 2012. In our opinion, record speed for something on a national level to occur in such a short amount of time. And I say that because initially Chief Lanier kept being told, we can't do it, we can't do it. The story was it's going to cost too much money, the resources aren't there, whatever it may be, but the solution is not there. Well, guess what? Within 1 year, the solution was there, and it was being implemented. In 2013, our efforts, the Metropolitan Police Department, continued to address the robbery situation. We're successful in driving down the sheer number of robberies in 2013. However, cell phone involvement in robberies, the taking of cell phones, was still increasing percentage-wise. So what I'm saying is our robbery numbers were going down, but the cell phone being taken in robberies was actually still creeping up. At this time, right now, I think we're at about 50% of our robberies involve the taking of a cell phone. So we've gone from 24% in 2007 to about 50% today. The good news is that the sheer number of our robberies are going down because of the things that we've done. We've given great attention to the robbery situation, so the street robberies and the violence that we had are not there. But again, cell phones continue to be a prime target. In addition to what has been done, we still have challenges and needs. I believe that we've made great progress. The database of stolen cell phones now is in existence. The LTE database went into existence last November, so now we're capturing more phones that are in the database. I mentioned in our city we've been successful in reducing the sheer number of robberies 2013, 2014, but the problem is that cell phones are a prime target. We tried to educate the public. We came up with some fantastic posters to let people know what they look like as they're walking around. They're walking around with a $100 bill or a $500 bill next to their ear, which is their cell phone. Used to be that maybe if you had a $100 bill, it'd be in your wallet hidden away. Well, now it's just out here in the open for the thieves to see and the thieves to grab, or the thieves to shoot you for. We worked with local agencies, Chief Pavlik, Metro Transit Police. We appreciate your cooperation and all the efforts that we've done. We worked with chiefs across the country to try and develop ideas and strategies to combat the robberies. So law enforcement, I believe, is doing everything that they can. But as an industry, the cell phone carriers, manufacturers, and such, and the FCC, we all need to continue to work on this problem. Shortly after the first database went into existence in October 2012, this would be the GSM phones or the individual carriers, kind of the fragmented system that we had, but we did have a system. We conducted a survey in January 2013 to find out how this is going to work. At 3 a.m., which is often a time when cell phones are stolen, we had somebody in our police department call 6 different cell phone providers, carriers, to report a stolen cell phone. To my shock, when they gave me this report, I found one carrier closes at 10 p.m. nightly. Another carrier was open. Another carrier was closed, no hours mentioned. Another carrier was open. Another carrier was closed, and closed. So we had this database in effect, but what good does it do if the citizens, customers out there, can't report their cell phone stolen at 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? So we have some work to do. Since that time, we've talked to some of the carriers individually, and we explained our concerns about this one particular issue, and I think we're making progress. But my point on this survey is that we need to think through and get the support of the FCC and everyone as we do this, rather than just saying, we've done it, the problem's solved, we can go away now. As technology is, I'm sure whatever solution we're going to come up with, it's going to be challenged by the thieves out there. Somebody mentioned a minute ago, I believe it was one of the senators or congresspersons, that thieves are smart. And I wish I could get inside the mind of criminals to find out exactly what their next step is going to be, but I can't do that. But I do know that they're smart, so whatever we do today, we need to think of the future as well, and we can't stop here. We need better access to data. Again, GSM Association has been fantastic, and they are the keeper of the database that we currently have. We reached out to them for access, direct access to the data, and the response was, sure, you need to sign this agreement. The agreement was sent to us. I had our attorneys look at it, and they told me, John, we can't sign this because we're being bound by the laws of England in this agreement. That's not a good thing. So their attorneys are working with our attorneys to come up with some sort of compatible language. And again, they have been fantastic in working with us, and we'll get there. But what seems like a simple step, sign this agreement and you can have access, is not always so simple. The District of Columbia government cannot sign being bound, held accountable to the laws of England. And I'm not sure what other jurisdictions are like, but I would guess that they're going to be similar to us. But anyway, my point is that we have a lot of work to do. We need 24-hour access for the citizens to make their report of stolen cell phones. Another kind of neat poster that we made was this one here, and I apologize for it not being bigger, but we got a cell phone with a padlock and a chain on it to lock the phones, to make them secure, to put the phones in a vault, if you will. But again, knowing criminals as we do, somebody's going to come along with the bolt cutters and they're going to cut off that chain and padlock. So again, we need to be wise and develop some plans to stop this problem, which is of epidemic proportions. We are successful again in driving down the number of robberies, but cell phones are attractive targets without a doubt. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Those are frightening statistics. You know, we're used to dealing with growth industries here, but going from 24% to 50% is not the kind of growth that we want to be seeing. So thank you for helping put everything in perspective.
Could I just say one other
Sure.
thing, sir? And that 24 to 50%, that's not just Washington, D.C. Cell phones across this country, we continually keep in touch with chiefs across the country. It is a problem there. I hear problems in San Francisco, and I've heard of even higher numbers than our 54% today. I don't want to leave you with the thought, though, that our robberies are skyrocketing because we are driving down the number of robberies, but unfortunately cell phones are still a prime target. Thank you.
So that's what we're about today. We're grateful to those of you who have agreed to participate in this meeting. Dennis, we're grateful to you and the leadership that you're demonstrating on TAC to deliver something to us by the end of the year. And we'll get out of the way here and let the panels go to work. But thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the first panel please come up? Thank you. And remember, we have set people with cards if anyone has questions. And don't forget, live questions at FCC for those listening on the web. Thank you all. And hashtag Mobile Theft Workshop, WKSP.
Thanks, Roger. Good morning. My name is Joe Heaps. I work at the National Institute of Justice, part of the U.S. Department of Justice, within the Office of Justice Programs. My colleague, Eric Pancath, and I, Eric from the Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau, will be moderating the Working with Law Enforcement panel. The format for this panel, we will provide a brief introduction for each of our 6 speakers. Each will deliver a 4-minute opening statement. There is access to more complete bios on the FCC's website. And the FCC has provided a clock for us so that we can keep on time. After opening statements, Eric and I will pose questions of the panel. So let's begin. Our first 2 speakers come to us via webcast. Max Szabo is Legislative Affairs and Policy Manager, Office of the San Francisco District Attorney. Clark Russell is Deputy Bureau Chief of the Internet Bureau of the New York State Attorney General's Office. Mr. Szabo and Mr. Russell, please tell us, if you will, about your roles in the issue of mobile device theft and about the Secure Our Smartphone initiative that has brought you together in New York today.
Leadership on this issue. I want to thank the Chairman and Senator Klobuchar and Congressman Serrano, as well as all the other panelists for their efforts in this very important issue. I work for San Francisco District Attorney George Gascon, and my counterpart here, Clark Russell, works for the New York Attorney General, Eric Schneiderman. The Secure Our Smartphones initiative was formed a year ago, almost exactly, in response to this massive epidemic. And the remarks that we've heard today so far are very, very reassuring, especially in light of some of the most recent statistics, which show that Consumer Reports projects that there were 1.6 million victims of smartphone theft in 2012, and that number nearly doubled in 2013 to 3.1 million victims. This nearly doubling of the rate of thefts in a single year far outpaces the growth of smartphone ownership. So recognizing this alarming trend, the DA and the AG formed the Secure Our Smartphones Coalition to pressure the wireless industry to definitely turn technology on all smartphones, and we were joined shortly thereafter by the London Mayor, Boris Johnson. Technology experts had reported to the DA that a technological solution that we were seeking was in fact possible at the end of 2012, and in fact, the manufacturers like BlackBerry had already implemented a first level of this close-switch technology. I'll discuss briefly in just a moment. The concept and principles underlying this technology stemmed actually from our response to the epidemic of auto theft that this country experienced at that time, and the technology rapidly reduced the AG and again. So it's important to restate that this technology is fairly widespread, but it has not been deployed in an effective manner. It has not been deployed in a manner which ensures that a majority of consumers actually have it enabled, and that's a real big problem. We can't rely on consumers to seek out and download this technology. It really has to be a default setting. And practically speaking, it's probably going to need to be set up as part of the activation for most of the manufacturers and operating system providers. And so the importance of ensuring industry-wide opt-out solution versus an opt-in solution cannot be overstated, as thieves can't tell which devices have the solutions enabled and which ones do not. And this translates on the street to a simple game of odds. If thieves know that the vast majority of smartphones don't have this technology enabled on phones, they will continue to steal smartphones. And we have some statistics that we're announcing today that we'll get into in just a moment, which speaks to that. As I mentioned, this technology is already very widespread. Apple and Samsung have this technology on millions of smartphones. And as we're also announcing today, Google and Microsoft will be introducing this technology shortly in the next version of their operating system, of their mobile operating system. Very quickly, there are two aspects of the most effective kill switch technologies, which I'd like to briefly we always hear this about the kill switch and how it's sort of made it into the vernacular on this subject that the kill switch is really the central part of it. And that is one important part of the ability for the consumer to proactively brick their device and make it so that people can't use it. But just as important, and frankly probably more important, is the ability for is the requirement that the device be unable to be reactivated without the authorized user's credentials. That makes sure that the consumer doesn't have to take steps in order to get the device. That makes sure that any thieves, no matter who they're robbing, they won't be able to utilize the phone or resell it for profit. I lovingly use the example of my mother, who, God bless her, probably won't know how to log in online and activate the kill switch. And she, I hope never this happens, but if she were to have her phone stolen, she would not be able to figure out how to enable that kill switch, and the thief might be able to make a profit off of her smartphone. So essentially, in heroin, smartphones can do some really amazing things. We believe that this technology is really kind of straightforward. You're effectively registering a device and a unique identifying information to a username and password. We believe that this is, obviously people go, the major manufacturers have already done this. We believe it's possible to be done. It's already being done, and it's already being effective actually as well. And Clark Russell here can actually speak to some of the statistics that we're announcing today to that effect.
So again, Clark Russell from the New York State Attorney General's office. First, thanks for having us. We apologize for not being here. We're having a big press conference today. We're announcing a bunch of different things, including the very latest crime statistics. And I wanted to share that with the group today. These latest crime statistics show that Apple's activation lock, which is really the going kill switch at this point, is actually having a positive effect on this phenomenon. So, for example, in New York City, in the first 5 months of 2014, robberies involving an Apple product actually decreased 19%. Grand larcenies involving an Apple product actually decreased 29%. This compares with similar statistics involving Samsung products, which increased 40%. San Francisco and London show similar type trends. San Francisco, for example, robberies involving an iPhone is down 38%. Robberies involving the Samsung device are up 12%. So what this thing shows is that kill switch technology, Apple's activation lock, will have a positive effect on this phenomenon. Now, I don't mean to call Samsung out. Samsung, as everyone should know, is a very good corporate actor. They've been very cooperative with our initiative, and they've adopted reactivation lock, which is basically their version of activation lock. But these statistics don't capture the time frame because reactivation lock didn't come online until April of 2014. So we fully expect that once reactivation lock in the Samsung products, which people know is one of the hotter phones these days, that you'll see similar trends, that the theft is going to go down. So we're very encouraged about these these statistics. Again, we apologize for not being there. We're not able to participate in the rest of this day because of our press conference, but we're very optimistic that this course that we've taken, that the smartphones adopting ecosystem technology, is really going to have the intended effect in the long term.
Yeah, that's important to note because Activation Lock was introduced by Apple in September of last year, so these statistics demonstrate the impact that it's had in just the first 6 months. I think it's really important to highlight that Apple's Activation Lock is still an opt-in solution, and that really underscores the necessity of an opt-out solution and how much more effective and how much more we'll be able to impact that behavior of thieves on the ground if an opt-out solution were implemented, especially industry-wide, when there was no one individual smartphone brand that thieves would be more likely to target. As these statistics indicate, these are shifting their behavior to actually target other devices that don't have the switch technology enabled or don't have the technology available. And I think that that in particular is what we're trying to do in California with the California Senate or the SB 962 legislation would require any smartphone sold in California to have this technology enabled on an opt-out basis, and we think that may have some implications nationally, and we hope that our legislators in Washington, D.C. and that the Commission would utilize some of the principles in that bill and hopefully adopt those on a national scale as well to protect consumers across the United States. Thank you.
The rest of the day, hopefully the audio will be clearer. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Szabo and Mr. Russell. Our next speaker is Ron Pavlik, the Chief of the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. Chief Pavlik has been with the Metro Transit since 1995, and prior to Metro Transit, Chief Pavlik served in the U.S. Army. Chief Pavlik, please tell us about the magnitude of the mobile device theft problem for you in Metro Transit.
Sure. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank Chairman Whalen for the opportunity to be here today and for the leadership in this very important matter. As many of the panelists here and many of you in the room are aware, the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority operates the second largest rail system and the seventh largest bus system in the United States, with a dedicated police force of over 450 officers. Between our bus and rail systems, we serve over 1 million trips per day, traveling through the state of Maryland, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and the District of Columbia. As part of my role as the Chief of the Metro Transit Police, I serve on a peer advisory group, which encompasses the police chiefs of the top 20 transit systems in the United States. And I can tell you that each one of them is dealing with this issue on a daily basis. However, the crime is not unique to mass transit. It is a common theme across all law enforcement departments across the world, or across the United States, both big and small. The reason these crimes have been a challenge is because it's what we call a crime of opportunity. The criminals know that the police cannot be everywhere. They seek out easy targets, and when the opportunity presents itself, they strike. I want to emphasize that stealing of a personal electronic device means far more than the loss of personal property valued of hundreds of dollars, and it's much more than even the inconvenience of having to replace the device itself. Today, we as a society, we live on our phones. We use them to store personal material, bank information, and other sensitive data. There's also a real potential for any theft incident to result in an identity theft case as well, and we're always mindful of the possibility of these crimes turning violent and often escalating. That is why we take these incidents so seriously. I believe it was in June of 2007 when the first smartphone was released. It was also the first year that the Metro Transit Police began to statistically track the theft of electronic devices. That year we had 136 stolen cell phones reported. Last year we reported nearly 5 times as many. In 2013 we experienced over 600 theft snatches of cell phones and over 200 robberies involving a cell phone, which is nearly 2 out of 3 of our robberies. And when you look at the numbers, that's over 40% of our Part 1 crime involves the theft of electronic device or cell phone. We have taken many steps to address this crime trend through a variety of methods, and we take it kind of like I use the analogy of a 3-legged stool. The first leg of that stool is outreach and education awareness. We're constantly reminding our customers and our citizens through material, printed ads, social media, to be mindful of their surroundings, keep their head out of their phone, maintain some situational awareness around them. The second leg is how we deploy our resources. You know, at 450 police officers, we got to deploy smartly, and we rely on a lot of methods to do that. It's a CompStat model policing, where we use trends and hotspots to monitor our crime wave. and it's also intelligence sharing. With the Metro Transit Police Department, there's about 40 other law enforcement agencies that traverse through our rail system and bus systems as well. It's important that we share that intelligence. And the third leg is technology. We have an extensive CCTV system at Metro, and we also rely on the cell phone carriers to help us, whether it's designing applications to help track cell phones when they are stolen. I kind of look at it as in the early 90s when I started my law enforcement career, one of the biggest crimes was stolen autos, and that crime was rampant. But then we started to see the trend shift, and instead of seeing it increase, we actually saw a decline. And a lot of that decline was really credited to the anti-theft technology that the auto industry introduced. It was things like smarter keys, redesigned ignition systems, GPS tracking and recovery systems, and simply smarter car alarms. The basic motivation of the criminals wanting to steal cars never changed, but the technology was improved to make cars harder to steal, harder to resell, and actually a lot easier to recover. So that same method or same principles could be applied here in this situation. At Metro Transit Police, we always welcome and support technology solutions that can reduce the theft of electronic devices. We believe that such advancements have the ability to make a real dent and nip this problem. I did bring with me 2 short videos that I'd like to share just to show an example of how quick these can happen. One incident is actually on a train, and the other incident is a young lady at a station very close to here. So I'd like to go ahead and show those 2 videos if possible. So here you see a young man in the middle of the rail car. We'll get close to him in a second. He's busy texting away, and you'll see 2 individuals who jostle him and quickly take his device. That quick. And then you see, obviously, they make their escape. The second one is a young lady walking down a platform. Again, she's busy texting and talking into her cell phone, and a very similar situation happens to her. So both of those are good examples of how quick these happen. Most of the crimes at Metro we're seeing are theft snatch of the electronic device itself, but unfortunately in 2013 and beginning of 2014 we're seeing where now they're turning robberies and becoming more violent. So obviously that is a concern to us and something that we want to address. So I definitely want to thank Chairman Wheeler again for bringing this to the attention. I'm glad we could be here today to participate.
Well, thank you, Chief Pavlik. Our next speaker is Sam Messinger, Special Agent with the United States Secret Service. Special Agent Messinger is a criminal investigator currently assigned to the Electronic Crimes Task Force of the U.S. Secret Service's Washington Field Office. Prior to his assignment with as an agent in the Secret Service, he is a fellow former naval officer. Special Agent Messinger, if you will please tell us about the role of the Secret Service in preventing device theft and speak to the extent of the mobile device theft from your perspective.
Sure. Thank you, Joe. And I'd like to thank the Commission for inviting me here today. Before I begin, I'd like to say that I don't speak for the entire Secret Service. I'm not a policymaker. I'm going to speak from my personal experiences as an agent and an investigator. The bottom line up front is that the problem is huge, and from our perspective, it's getting bigger. Also, I think it might be helpful for everybody to understand why the Secret Service is involved in these things, because most people think of merely our role in protecting the country's leaders. The Secret Service was founded in 1865 to primarily combat counterfeiting. And as payment systems of the nation have gotten more complicated and moved into the electronic realm, our investigations have moved into those realms as well. So we investigate all manner of financial crimes and financial frauds. We've also, since 2001, been tasked by Congress and the President to create electronic crimes task forces around the country that are modeled on the one that was formed in New York City. And we work collaboratively with both our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, but also with academia and industry to try to mitigate before crimes happen and to investigate crimes once they do happen. So the problem that we see is in 2 main realms. We assist our partners in a lot of the more violent crimes and the property crimes that you've already heard a lot about. And those range from the snatch robberies to very violent armed carjackings and other crimes like that. We're more of an assist role in that. We do forensic analysis of cell phones that are recovered for evidentiary purposes and assist in the investigation and apprehension of the criminals that perpetrate them. Also, the other area that we're more primarily involved as a primary investigative entity is in the fraud cases. And we've seen a very big uptick in the instances of people committing fraud to obtain these phones and then resell them overseas. So it doesn't matter whether it's a violent crime, property crime, or one of these fraud cases. A lot of the criminal element operates in the same way, and I kind of use the analogy of it looking a lot like a traditional drug case, where you have low-level people that are on the street perpetrating the crimes, or in the instances of fraud, we call them either credit mules or the runners that are actually going into stores and obtaining phones fraudulently. And then they are packaging them up and giving them to middlemen who then resell them to people who ultimately, usually in the larger instances, ship them overseas. There are large ties to organized crime and gangs, both big and small, both transnational and national. We investigate a lot of those fraud cases like traditional crimes. We try to apprehend low-level criminals, flip them, work our way up the chain to people that are higher up. The lower-level crimes usually stay more local. The resell and keeping of the devices usually happen on a local level, and there are a lot of, in the ecosystem, there are a lot of, I'll say, less than scrupulous convenience stores, bodegas, and retailers that end up repackaging these things and selling them. And a lot of them operate in this area. We've recovered numerous phones from people that are within a 5-mile radius of this location right now. In the more of the credit mule category, we have currently ongoing in pretty much every major city that you can think of in the United States, especially port cities where phones can easily be exported from, multi-million-dollar investigations going on. In each one of these cases, the total fraud losses are operating in the millions of dollars. And these are people going in with either people's personal information or with business information, opening up lines of credit, obtaining phones for the subsidized rate of anywhere between $0 and just a couple $100, and then reselling those. And the profit margins are huge on those. They can, overseas in a lot of these countries, what we've seen even as recently as a couple weeks ago, somewhere between $1,200 and $2,000 on that black market. And people take advantage, the criminals are taking advantage of the fact that a lot of these countries where they're being shipped to either do not sell these phones themselves, so there's a very high premium, or they're just not available to the average consumer. Identity theft has been mentioned. We have personally investigated many cases of people's identity, personal information, banking information, financial information, investment information being taken off of these devices and being used for the criminals' purposes, and it just increases their profit margin. Why is this so big? Well, it's easy. People always have these phones for the property and violent crimes. People have their phones on them at all times, and they're advertising the fact that they have them by holding them up to their ear or having the headphones in their ear. In the fraud category, it's fairly easy because of the prevalent identity theft that's been occurring. It's fairly easy for people to open up these lines of credits and obtain phones, and a large number of the phones that they're then able to ship. And everybody in that chain takes a little bit of a cut, just like in any traditional drug case. And the other thing that makes this easy is that, according to a recent study, only 36% of the people that have smartphones use the PIN unlock code. Only 11% use some other type of password, and only 22% have any type of recovery program, whether that's an application that a provider provides, the manufacturer provides, or an aftermarket program that's on their computer that allows them to trace down where this device might have gone. One final thing is that for whatever theft deterrents are out there now, there are a lot of workarounds. People factory reset phones and are able to bypass a lot of those security features that are in place right now. So the biggest concern that I would personally have is just to make sure that whatever technology solution is adopted, or whatever solution is adopted, that it addresses those type of things. And I see I'm out of time. I'd like to thank again the Commission for having me here, and I'm excited to talk about this very big problem.
Thank you very much, Special Agent Messinger. Our next speaker is Jeff Brannigan, Special Agent and Acting Section Chief for the Cyber Crime Center, Homeland Security Investigations. Chief Brannigan, if you would, please tell us about your work in mobile device theft.
Thank you, Mr. Heaps. Thank you, Mr. Heaps, and I'd like to thank the Commission for affording me the opportunity to participate in this panel today. HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, is the criminal investigative arm of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Our agency's chief mandate is the investigation of international smuggling, all manner of international smuggling, whether that's contraband or individuals. We view this problem from that perspective. We see these devices as contraband, and we conduct these investigations in the same manner that we conduct drug smuggling investigations of stolen intellectual property products, child pornography, or any other type of contraband. As the chief cross-border smuggling agency for the United States government, we participate with U.S. Customs and Border Protection in proactive interdiction efforts at the international border. The exportation of these devices presents a substantial challenge from a border enforcement perspective. The United States government has the resources to actively manage traffic flowing into the United States, but it requires active criminal investigative activity to ensure that contraband leaving the country is interdicted properly. HSI is the only criminal investigative agency of the United States government that is vested with border search authority. And what that means is, as special agents of the U.S. government, as customs officers of the United States, we are charged with the authority to conduct warrantless searches at the international border in the same manner that border inspection officers do. This authority, coupled with our criminal investigative techniques, allows us substantial ability to combat international trafficking of mobile devices, stolen mobile devices. We work in concert with U.S. Customs and Border Protection at the National Targeting Center, which is a national hub of targeting activity for illicit commerce and illicit travel. We pay substantial we are substantially interested in this activity, not only because it represents an actual contraband smuggling violation, but also because these devices can be used internationally to facilitate other types of criminal enterprises. Drug smuggling, human trafficking, human smuggling, and the devices themselves can be used in furtherance of intellectual property rights violations, an area of enforcement authority that our agency shares with the FBI. At the end of the day, our primary interest in these investigations, though, is to ensure that the smuggling of contraband, the exportation, the illegal exportation of contraband, such as stolen mobile devices, is stymied. And we are very interested in participating in dialogue on this matter. We feel that a national registry of these devices would aid our interdiction efforts, and we look forward to participating in further discussions about this matter with our partners in private industry and in law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Brannigan. Our next speaker is John Marino. John is a Vice President of Technology and Cybersecurity at the Cellular Telecommunications and Internet Association, or CTIA. Mr. Marino's key responsibilities include leading CTI's efforts to help the wireless industry secure its networks and devices against cybersecurity threats and educating policymakers on emerging technologies while advocating for sensible and practical regulations that do not impose unintended consequences. Mr. Marino, if you would, please tell us what the industry has done so far to address device theft and how the providers currently work with law enforcement to track device thefts and prevent future thefts.
Thank you, Mr. Heaps, for that kind introduction, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me begin by expressing my thanks to the chairman and the FCC for the opportunity to be here today to talk about this most important issue. The wireless industry has a strong track record in advancing public safety and consumer security, and indeed it is a top priority. We take smartphone theft very seriously and recognize the need to help law enforcement given the developments in criminal activity that you heard this morning. A partnership with law enforcement is absolutely key to ensure the effectiveness of all the various technology tools that the industry makes available. Along these lines, there has been a long string of industry efforts to advance security, from our commitments to 911, to wireless Amber Alerts, to wireless priority service, to emergency alerts, and to multiple voluntary efforts designed to help law enforcement dry up the market for stolen phones and to protect consumer data. The wireless industry's commitment remains a top priority to our consumers, and as you heard this morning, indeed it is something that is taken very, very seriously. Each of the efforts I mentioned began with a voluntary commitment made by the wireless industry, but there is no single silver bullet solution. Indeed, industry has adopted a multi-layered security strategy to address the challenge because, as you've heard, criminals are very sophisticated and they react to any solutions that are deployed to look to circumvent them. The strategy that we've adopted provides a very broad variety of dynamic security solutions. But let me tell you about what the industry has done to help specifically law enforcement. First, carrier members implemented a global stolen phone database to prevent reactivation of stolen phones. You heard about that earlier this morning. Rendering unusable stolen smartphones is key to deterring theft. The stolen phone database enables devices to be deactivated and reactivated if necessary. The wireless carriers and law enforcement can use the database to check a device that's presented to them. And if a device has been reported lost or stolen, it will be denied service on carrier networks. In the time that the database has been active, in a period of 7 months, the database now covers more than 93% of the U.S. subscribers, and we've signed up members of law enforcement to have access, real-time access to the database. Most recently, the New York Police Department was signed up in January. Law enforcement has provided access to the database free of charge, and something that we look to work with law enforcement to ensure that we can facilitate, make easy the use of the database, and we look for their feedback in terms of how to improve upon it. In the fall, in cooperation with our sister organization, the GSMA, we actually plan a campaign across the United States to attract more law enforcement members to access the database, because today there are over 18,000 different law enforcement agencies, and in the past 7 months, only 2 have signed on to the database, and it's something that we look to aggressively address because that partnership is so key. Second, moving on to what the industry has done, new smartphones entering the marketplace, manufacturers implemented a system to notify and inform consumers via the smartphone itself of the capabilities to lock and secure the device from unauthorized access, as well as websites and other ancillary information have been provided to, again, inform consumers how to use the tools that the industry has made available. Third, CTI and its members have also taken steps to aid law enforcement by providing resources to educate consumers about measures that they can and should take. CTI developed a website called beforeyouloseit.org for tips and information. We also developed a public service announcement with guidance to consumers about how to remote lock, track, and wipe their devices. Most recently, the CTI sent business cards, card-sized security tips to all the police stations across the country to share with citizens. While this is significant and the industry continues to do more, we need to continue to advance the state of the art when it comes to security. And as you heard, CTI and participating wireless companies announced the Smartphone Anti-Theft Voluntary Commitment in April of this year, which is the most recent effort to help law enforcement deter smartphone thefts. As part of the commitment, new models of smartphones manufactured after July 2015 will offer, at no cost to the consumer, a baseline anti-theft tool. This multi-layered approach is working, as you've heard from some of the statistics this morning. I'll add to that list. Last month, the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency announced that cell phone thefts had decreased by 77%, and overall crime had dropped by 30% on the San Francisco Muni Transit lines since comparing that to May of 2013. We've seen similar trends in other cities such as Cleveland, Allendale, Michigan, and even here in Washington, D.C. on the Metro in terms of recent reports regarding the first quarter of 2014. But while these efforts all have positive effect, technical mandates need to be considered very carefully because they may ultimately hurt consumers. In a very dynamic and rapidly changing threat environment, bad actors quickly develop ways to circumvent any mandated solution, and because it represents a large and accessible target. So the wireless industry prides itself on working with public safety officials and empowering consumers, and we look forward to working with the FCC and law enforcement as partners going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. I'll start the first question with you, Special Agent Messinger. We have heard multiple mentions this morning of a kill switch. From your perspective, from an operational perspective, what are some of the things that should be considered when implementing a kill switch?
Sure. The first thing, which has been mentioned already, is whether it's opt-in or opt-out. And I personally believe that it's absolutely essential for it to be an opt-out, not an opt-in, based just on the fact that currently there's only 22% of people, according to that survey I mentioned before, that even participate in any type of recovery program. The other thing would be whether it's what its borders are, whether it's a national program or an international program. A lot of times some of the blacklists and things that are in existence now are bypassed by the fact that the phones are shipped to places that don't purely subscribe to those blacklists. The other thing I would be concerned about, just from an operational point of view, would be who activates this, whether it's the customer, law enforcement. Would there be some cooperation among those two groups or industry to decide who activates the kill switch itself? And lastly, I would be concerned about the hackability of it, whether or not it's proper security protocols are put into place to ensure that the integrity of the information that's in the database is not can't be put to nefarious purposes.
Thank you. Chief Pavlik, what percentage of device thefts result in bodily injury? And along those lines, is the device always the thing that's looked to be taken? Are there other things around the device that are also of interest to potential criminals?
Well, it's kind of hard to answer that question because we're a tri-state police department. The crimes, the nature of the crimes or how a crime is classified changes from state to state or here in the District of Columbia. But two out of every three of our robberies involves a cell phone, and that could be a robbery hold-up gun, robbery fear, robbery force and violence. So 2 out of 3 would fall in that category. And then the other realm is the theft snatch of the 2 video shows. So we're seeing a lot more theft snatch than robberies, but we're seeing that starting to shift. And now we're actually starting to see it more on our bus lines. So it varies by mode, but we definitely have seen increases in 13 going into 14.
Thank you, sir.
My question is for Chief Pavlik and also for Chief Brannigan. Could you sort of take us through the life of a stolen cell phone? You mentioned a little bit about bodegas and shops that might reflash these and sell them, and then additionally about how sometimes these end up in foreign countries and are sold for a much higher amounts than they're sold for in the United States. Just to give an example of sort of how what the motivation really is and how there's a real black market around these devices.
Sure. I'll speak just more on a local level. Truth be told, we looked at the offender who steals the electronic device or cell phone. Most of the offenders don't have the means nor the desire to reactivate as a cell phone. That device is still very lucrative to them. It's a high-end video game unit for lack of anything else. It's a high-end camera. The capabilities of it's amazing, as we know. And the technology pieces we have to be careful of, too, as well, because as law enforcement, we rely on that same technology to track that phone. So depending on the consumer, some have the apps, some don't have the apps, but we need that technology as well to track that phone and see where it goes. I wish I could tell you a number of statistically how often we recover them. I wouldn't say it's few and far between, but we do pretty well. We rely on people like the Secret Service. My colleague spoke of some of their technology that they have available to them. But it is, we see it more on a local level, and then once it leaves local level, and then that's when the national level comes in. So I'll defer to that as far as that goes.
In many cases, thank you. In many cases, these organizations employ reshipping mules in the same way that those mules are employed in the mass exportation of other stolen goods. The equipment is consolidated at a single point, and through reshipping mules are exported out of the United States through various courier companies to points throughout the world that, as Agent Messinger alluded to earlier, are areas where these goods are either in high demand and there's a very small distribution mechanism for them, or they're distributed through online marketplaces and sold in that manner. They are also exported from the United States for use in other criminal enterprise and criminal activities. And in large part, we see the exportation of these devices through the use of courier shipping companies. And that presents a particular challenge because from an interdiction perspective, inspecting those types of parcels leaving the United States is a substantial task without targeted enforcement information.
Thank you. Mr. Marino, you talked about a database that was available to law enforcement. If there's a chief of police or one of his people out there watching this today, can you talk him through how to get access to that database?
Sure. And indeed, the database is up and running and has been for some time, and there are 42 countries around the world that are today connected to the database, most recently Brazil and the United States. And indeed, law enforcement across the world has been leveraging that database, and you'll hear from James Moran in the next panel from the GSMA, but I can share with you that in our discussions with them, most recently in France, particularly cross-border shipments have been very effectively used by law enforcement in France, particularly when law enforcement can actually inspect the IMEIs of the devices that are in a particular shipment and look them up on the blacklist. And that's been used nationally in France as one example. Other countries have done the same. So that's just to cite one particular example. And our key effort right now is to leverage the experience that we've had with the two law enforcement agencies that I mentioned, most recently the New York Police Department. We've been meeting with law enforcement agencies across the country. Most recently, we were in New York meeting with the FBI, with the cyber division there, to address how they can access the database. And we're working to address any obstacles to law enforcement having the ability to access the database. It is accessible in real time. It is updated on a regular basis through the reporting of lost and stolen phones, and it's something that we think is a key tool for law enforcement, and it's something that they can access readily. What you'll also hear from the GSMA is the fact that, indeed, we're working on an application that actually can be used by law enforcement on their smartphone so they can actually use that out in the field, and that's a work in progress.
Thank you.
One of the things that's been mentioned a few times has to do with the information that's on these phones, and I know people have talked about a kill switch and all, but in the amount of time that it takes to snatch a phone, and one of the panelists here said that there's a non-trivial amount of people that don't have any type of protection, such as a PIN or a fingerprint swipe or whatnot. It seems like information could still be gleaned off of that phone in a pretty rapid manner. Is the sort of deterrence approach that we would need to take to safeguard information going to be different than how we approach it for the device itself? And I offer that to anybody here.
If you're asking whether or not the same techniques would be used to safeguard information in on the phone as well as it would be not on the phone. Is that your?
Well, for instance, if it takes X amount of time for the device to be rendered unusable, that might be enough of a deterrent from somebody to steal the phone and reflash it and then ship it overseas for a profit to sell to somebody. But if in the next coming years, as smartphones become used for a lot more things, it's equivalent of holding your wallet to your ear, and somebody just has to run by and basically snatch your wallet, and it's still a certain amount of time before you can have that thing potentially wiped. What are there different ways we need to think about it? Are we going to fix one problem and then there will still be another problem that exists, that these devices will still be valuable?
I think that it's usually just more the sophisticated criminals, at least in my experience. The more sophisticated criminals are the ones that are going to pull off more data from it. For most of the people that are committing the crimes, the property crimes and the violent crimes, they're just looking to make a quick buck. So I think it's a little bit less important to worry about that time frame between time stolen to time locked or wiped. There are, again, I'm not as familiar with what the technological limitations and advantages of the actual kill switch would be, and if they would be consistent. So I don't know if there are ways to bypass, since the information, as far as I understand, the information might still reside on the phone itself, and if that is able to be forensically downloaded by somebody who's more sophisticated, and then some of that information would still be able to be useful even if the phone was theoretically bricked. That's another thing I'd be concerned about.
And I would just comment, it's a balancing act with that technology. We've had cell phones recovered within hours, and we've recovered them also days later. So somewhere there is a balance that we would have to strike with the carriers and the technology and law enforcement, because it is a tool for us as well.
Thank you.
I have a question with regard to the IMEI. Do any of the panel members have any experience with the IMEIs being tampered with on devices that have been stolen?
I know I don't know. We haven't seen that.
I have not.
Nor have I.
I'll take that one. And indeed, being the technologist on the panel, as opposed to a member of law enforcement, I can't speak to the fact that there is software that's readily available on the internet that you can download to alter IMEI on smartphones. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why we've supported legislation that has been proposed by Senator Schumer to criminalize the altering of the IMEI and to require its hardening. And so the IMEI is absolutely critical to the performance of the database that I mentioned earlier. And indeed, it does require a relatively sophisticated criminal in order to alter it, but we've seen it. And indeed, that's why the importance of the database is so critical to its effectiveness and ensuring that we have the ability to provide and use that tool, particularly in partnership with law enforcement.
I do. Earlier, Chief Pavlik, you mentioned auto theft. And one of the things in auto theft we're aware of is that there are parts of the autos that are very interesting to different folks. Do we see any of that in this industry, where a mobile device is taken and specific parts of the device are of interest? Or are we seeing just the device itself?
Traditionally, from what we've seen, it's usually the device itself. But you do have to keep in mind some of those carriers and cases are quite expensive, so you could part it out, the battery, so there is an opportunity as well. But what we're seeing on a local level is more the entire device.
And I think from an intellectual property perspective, the trafficking of parts is also valuable, because those parts can be employed in the remanufacturing or the manufacturing of counterfeit devices globally.
And I'll just ask one question, and we'd each talked about this. If each of you had sort of a magic wand, or you could do one thing to change or have an impact on this, I give each of you an opportunity to say, this is the one thing I would do. And I'll start at this end, Chief, and we'll go down the line.
It's hard to say one size fits all or one particular step would take place, but definitely technology is where it needs to be. We in law enforcement can do so much as far as putting, cops and dots and in the right place and looking at crime trends. We can continue with our education awareness, social media outlets, and things of that nature. And I think that third piece that's we need to tighten up is the technology piece. So we welcome any type of technology that's going to lessen the opportunity and, more importantly, lessen the incentive for a person to steal an electronic device from a person.
From my perspective, the thing that I've already mentioned is the fact that it would be an opt-out versus an opt-in. I think that's absolutely essential to the success of anything that we do. The other thing I would just say would be cooperation among all the stakeholders. I know, having been on industry side before I was an agent and now being in law enforcement, I know how some sides look at each other with some apprehension at times, and I think coming to a common ground and understanding that we are all here for the same reason, at least in this instance, would be very helpful in coming up with a solution that meets everybody's needs and took into account all the stakeholders' concerns.
From my perspective, a consolidated reporting mechanism and, again, better coordination with border authorities. When we talk about export enforcement in a broad sense, targeted information of criminal activity is particularly important. And so in that sense, I think if we have a consolidated approach to aggregating information related to thefts, very much an intelligence-driven model, I think that would benefit our agency and CBP from an interdiction perspective in stymieing some of this activity.
Thank you. And if I were to have my one wish, it would be to really replicate the success that other countries have seen in terms of the use of the Blacklist database in the United States in terms of bringing more law enforcement online to access the database, because it has been demonstrated to be successful in terms of addressing particularly cross-border trafficking of stolen phones. And indeed, it's something that we stand ready to help and support from an industry perspective, because we put a great deal of investment into security, but we can't do it ourselves. We need to work with law enforcement and leverage the arms and legs that they have on the street to actually use those tools, as well as to solicit feedback from law enforcement in terms of how we can make them better, how we can improve, how do we stay ahead of the criminals and the thieves that, in some sense, are looking to steal smartphones. Because the concern is that, again, we tend to be focused on a particular technology, like the kill switch, and the problem is once the thieves and the bad guys figure out how to circumvent that, now what do we do, particularly if it's enshrined in law or legislation. Industry needs to maintain the flexibility to respond quickly and dynamically to the threats because, again, unfortunately, criminals are very sophisticated and increasingly so, and that's why the partnership with law enforcement becomes so critical. But my ask would be to quickly get beyond 2 law enforcement agencies to many, many more that are using the database and giving us feedback how to make it better. Thank you.
Well, Eric and I thank you all very much for being here, and please join me in thanking our panelists.
Just a reminder to everyone, those listening on the web, email your questions to livequestions@fcc.gov. Those following on Twitter, hashtag mobile theft WKSP. Mobile theft WKSP. All right. Panel 2.
Good morning. I'm Chris Monteith. I'm the acting chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. Bureau. And I'm joined by my colleague, Charles Mathias, Associate Chief of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, and we're happy to begin Panel 2 of today's workshop. Panel 2 is focused on better data, and we're joined by a distinguished group of panelists. James Moran, head of the Technical Working Groups, GSMA, Les Gray, Chief Operating Officer, Recipio, Hugo Romero, Advisor, Commission de Régulation de Communication, Colombia, John Nock, Vice President, Program Management, Assurion, Matt Rowe, Vice President and General Counsel, Gazelle, and Mary Clark, Chief Operating Officer, Cineverse. Thank you so much. Very distinguished group of panelists, very impressive bios. They are in your program. We will just dive right into questions. Hope to have a very interactive, lively discussion about this important topic. And better data, what we're focused on here are specific thoughts on how we can achieve a timely, comprehensive global database of stolen or lost mobile devices that's accessible to stakeholders as they need it. Starting with GSMA. GSMA, the database, lies at the core of many of our discussions today. It was mentioned on the first panel. Can you briefly describe what the database does, and equally importantly, what it does not do, and how we might address the latter?
Thank you, Chris, and my thanks to the FCC, not just for convening the event today, but particularly for inviting me to be part of it. It's been a very interesting morning so far. My name is James Moore, and I represent the GSM Association. So for those of you that may not be familiar with us and what it is we do, we're effectively a global trade association representing over 800 network operators in 220 countries. So I guess what we bring to the table when we talk about data sharing is a global perspective rather than just a national one, and we've already heard this morning, obviously, the need for national initiatives and the values of them. But we would argue within GSMA that all of these initiatives need to be embarked on an international, global basis, not just national here within the United States. Now, that said, the database itself has actually been around since 1996, so we've got some history in terms of sharing data in relation to stolen handsets. Back in 96, it was an initiative of the Scandinavian network operators that they decided they wanted to share data across networks and block stolen devices. So they were really the pioneers in all of this. But then in the early 2000s, this was identified as being a significant social issue, crime issue in Europe, particularly in the United Kingdom. And that's when the initiative started there on a number of fronts, and we've been engaged in all of those. And that prompted us to effectively redesign what had been in place in terms of a data sharing platform to constitute what we now call the IMEI database. So the database is available. It's a platform to which individual network operators around the world connect to share data. And at the moment, we've got 92 operators connected in 34 countries. I think 42 was mentioned earlier. 42 is correct insofar as we have a number of countries that are trialing or testing the system at the moment, but in actual fact, we've got 34 countries that actively and use it on a daily basis in live mode. So 92 operators in those 34 countries effectively provide us with data on a daily basis of the devices, the identities of the devices that have been stolen from their customers within the preceding 24 hours. We process that data, we make it available, and then it's readily available for the other operators that are connected to the platform to take that down. What it doesn't do is contain, for example, CDMA data. I guess the reasons for that are historic. The GSM Association, as our title would suggest, was originally formed to promote GSM as a technology and, of course, its successors, UMTS and LTE. Thankfully, the technology war, I think, is now behind us. So we don't currently have CDMA data, but we would be certainly open to taking that and putting that on our platform too. But aside from that, apart from the operators connecting, the database is also accessible to law enforcement agencies, as we've heard this morning, and it's available to them for free of charge. We also make it available to insurance underwriters, repair centres, and basically anybody that's pretty much involved in the potential handling and recycling of a used mobile device.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. This is a question for Les Recipro. We understand that you do a lot of work with law enforcement, particularly in the UK, but also in other countries around the world. I'd be interested, could you briefly describe for us the data that you draw upon to give them accurate information about mobile data theft?
do you rely principally upon the GSMA database? Do you draw on other resources? And can you give us a sense of the quality you feel of that data that you use?
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to be here and the invite. The GSMA data is a crucial subset of what we deal with, without doubt. And we make that available to law enforcement. We have done for many years in the UK and now in the US in a very easily consumed format, one where actionable intelligence can be determined from it, and history about items presented in a chronological way, so the history and the movement of a device and its blocking activity, for example, lost and stolen reports, can be easily accessed by law enforcement. And we think that's essential. And that's been proven in the UK that law enforcement benefits have been achieved through that easy, ubiquitous access to that data. But it isn't just, as I say, blocking data. Today I've heard many panelists speak about the street crime, and that's obviously all at the forefront of our minds, the street crime problem we have in the UK as well as here. But that's not the extent of mobile phone theft. Of course, mobile phone theft impacts on insurers, it impacts on operators. The impact on insurers then affects consumers through increased premiums and so on. And so it affects a number of stakeholders, in particular traders as well. And we're all very keen on our environmental credentials these days, and so we want to encourage the re-commerce and the second use market and responsible recycling and so on. And to make good buying decisions, those guys need good data. And that's what we're about doing. So we will take, in addition to the lost and stolen reports made to operators, we'll also take insurance claims, we'll take finance data, we'll take police reports. So in the UK, we receive all the police reports of serial numbered property from all the forces. In the US, we get that data with a relationship we've had since 2009 with the FBI. And that gives us access to the NCIC stolen article file, which gives us crime reports from over 18,000 law enforcement agencies in the US. So when you're checking, when the traders are checking or insurers are checking with us, we're giving them information, or consumers in that fact, we're giving them information about whether they can make a sensible purchase of that device, whether they should interact with it, whether there's some doubt over its provenance or ownership that they should be aware of. But it's a much, much bigger area than just phone blocking. As one of the other panelists mentioned, a smartphone that doesn't work on a cellular network is still a very valuable games device. And that, of course, applies to devices that are not on cellular network, like Wi-Fi tablets, which are a burgeoning area, of course, in consumer electronics. And, we operate right across the consumer electronics spectrum, so all of those devices can be checked. And the traders, in my experience, I have to say that the traders in this area want to do the right thing. They don't want to buy stolen property. They don't want to buy compromised devices. They need good data in order to make those good buying decisions. And, we're gathered here today to hopefully amend that situation and improve it. We've done pretty well so far. I must applaud Sprint's efforts recently, for example, for giving us CDMA data, which isn't available in any other manner from anywhere. And clearly that's an important data set in the market. And also, of course, for checking the data on purchases and trade-ins and so on. So the thrust of what we, the whole picture that we present to law enforcement is really all about cooperation among the stakeholders. So insurers, the public, because there's a registration element to this as well, a pre-loss, pre-theft registration element. Insurers, public, traders. Traders' activity is absolutely crucial to generating actionable intelligence for law enforcement. And the voluntary use of these systems by traders, because they get the benefit of good buys and good business, the use of them voluntarily for that generates an enormous amount of useful intelligence for law enforcement, giving them the opportunity to investigate these things when previously they didn't have it. So we are currently Recipro are currently in the process of replicating that law enforcement facility here in the US. That facility, the US version, is already available on smart devices for smartphones for police officers. They just have to register. And what we're really working with now, including with NYPD and Metro PD here in Washington, is the protocol for establishing authenticated access to that system, because it's a little trickier than in the UK, where we know who all the police are, right? 18,000 police agencies is a bit of a challenge to authenticate. But we're getting there, and we're determined to have that in the hands of law enforcement and make a big difference to this problem.
Great, thank you, Les.
Thank you.
Hugo, the CRC has been playing an active role in the fight against theft of mobile phones in Colombia and in the region. Colombia has promoted measures in the OAS through CTEL and achieved consensus and approval requiring countries to join the GSMA database, exchange information through it, as well as block stolen device IMEIs in mobile networks. Colombia has also been in charge of a regional survey on the use of the GSMA database. Regarding this survey, could you please tell us about the process, your findings, and what you believe is required to make the database a real tool against mobile device theft?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much to the FCC for inviting us to share the experience. Secondly, I apologize in advance for my poor English. In Colombia, the president of the country started a high-level strategy since high to down, and after that, there was a law, decree, and 2 or 3 resolutions by the regulatory commission. So all is being regulated. The strategic is, we think, is a comprehensive strategy, relies on databases for blocking and databases for legal register of the handsets inside the country, and designed to help the authorities to have online access to both the negatives and the, say, positive registers. Second, we establish an authorization required for anyone who sell a mobile device or a smartphone or a cell phone in the country, has to be authorized by the minister and the operators, their channels. Also to help the police to fight the problem in the streets, because of the robbery goes to retailers, and they found their money there. So we need to control the sale of the phones. And the third important thing is go regionally to combat the crime, because this phenomenon is being growing since the beginning, to take the phones abroad. The demand is worldwide, and the supply is whatever, where the smartphones are being sold cheaper or without custom restrictions or something like that. So we go to the CTEL and we find consensus in the countries, and Colombia was in charge to make a survey this year. We are working on that since 2011. So in that survey we found the following findings. America is 35 countries, 22 of them are America, and 13 are El Caribe. Out of the 22 countries, 16 of them are have at least one operator connected to the GSMA database. So we got the 73% of the countries has at least one operator connected. In terms of operators, we estimate that we got 83 operators, taking into account that the United States figure with 4 big operators, because it has 54 more or less, but we are counting just 4. So 83 operators. Out of the 83 operators, we got 43 connected and with effective exchange of the information, because it's not enough to be connected, but to be connected in a live way, because in test way the EMIs, los emails, is not being seen by the other operators, so they are not really exchanged. So 52% of the operators are exchanging information. The other 40, or say the 48%, is not making the changing. And in the blocking aspect, which is the most important for this effort, it's good to having exchange of information, but if this information doesn't go through the block systems in the cellular networks, we lose the objective. So out of 22 countries were invited to the survey, and just 12 gave response. And out of 12 these countries, of these 12 countries, made 54 operators. Out of the 54 operators, just 26 is blocking. So we got 52% connected and exchanging, but 48% blocking the EMIs in the networks. So we need a lot of work to do with the operators community to not just sharing their information, but taking the information from all around the countries to block them in as they do nationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugo. And to the audience, I would direct your attention to a PowerPoint that Hugo brought with him that's very informative and very well put together. Thank you, Hugo.
Copies in the back?
The copies are on the table,
and on
yes,
our,
and it will be on the web as well.
That was a sort of sobering commentary on the situation in Latin America, and I wanted to turn to Assurient because I think you all probably have one of the broadest and most diverse views on the increase in smartphone theft. Can you give us your thoughts on maybe the contours of that, how it looks, whether you see any trends, and how you've responded to that increase?
Thanks, Charles. Make sure I got the working mic. So thank you, Charles and Chris. Appreciate the time today, and thank you to the FCC and the Chairman Wheeler for inviting us. As you know, Assurant's the largest provider of mobile protection in the world. We protect over 100 million subscribers, both here in the U.S. as well as globally. And over the 15 years that we've been in the industry, theft has been an issue forever. So it's not a new issue for us as an insurance provider for the industry. But we have seen a big change in that trend over the last, I'd say, 4 to 5 years. So really starting in about 2010. So we've seen it change in really 3 ways. So the first is the magnitude, which we've heard about a lot today. So obviously the increase in smartphone theft has been seen both in the data as well as sort of the stories that we hear. And we've seen probably double-digit growth over the last couple of years, year over year. And so obviously the magnitude has gotten bigger and bigger for us as an industry. The threat piece has also changed dramatically for us when we talk to our consumers and when they call us after a loss. It's changed dramatically for them. It's a much more personal threat than it has been in the past. So before this, back in the early 2000s, it was really GPS units. When you think about a GPS unit, my wife's got stolen out of her car. She was upstairs sleeping at 2 in the morning, and the car gets broken into, it's okay. Unfortunately, she was pregnant, so it's a little bit more traumatic. But typically, it's not as traumatic of an experience versus some of the videos you saw today from the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. It's much more of a real experience for our consumers when they have that happen to them. And this is a combination of, one, just how you have to seal the phone, and 2, the value of that device pushes the criminals to take a much more aggressive attack to the consumer. And then finally, the Commissioner mentioned this at the start, which is the value of these devices in terms of interconnectedness. And so for our consumers, it's really about getting them back and connected quickly. So it's the data in their lives, so the videos they have from Disney World or something like that. It's the fact that cars today, our homes today are all locked by our smartphones in a lot of situations, and actually accessing the things that we have has become much more difficult when that gets taken away. And so has really changed along those dimensions, which has forced us as Asurion to change. And so we've done a number of things. The first is communication. So we have a large communication and social media team. One of the statistics we heard earlier was about half of subscribers don't use a password on their phone. Chris and I were sort of joking about this, and it's challenging just to get that message out and the importance of that. So we've spent a lot of time both in social media as well as traditional media trying to educate consumers to help it before the actual situation occurs. On the back end, we've provided a number of apps, and we've talked a lot about technology today. We've been producing apps since early 2010, 2009 to allow consumers to locate, lock, wipe, back up their phones. So when that situation does happen, they are secure because of that personal data on the smartphone. The biggest push for us has been faster replacements. So because the value of those phones has become greater and greater in the consumer's life, getting them back up and connected has been hugely important for us. So we get well over half of our phones are to the subscriber the very next day. Even in some cases, we can get to them in less than 12 hours. So trying to keep that connection time, so they were talking about sort of 2 a.m., the phone gets stolen, trying to get it so that you're back up and connected that very next day has been critically important for us and our consumers. And then finally, I know we've talked a little bit about the trader programs, but we're a large buyer of phones, and we've been very focused on working with our suppliers to make sure that those phones aren't coming through into our programs, because it creates a real frictional cost both for the traders as well as for us when those phones later come back as lost or stolen and can't be used in the program. So thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Definitely, thank you. Matt, can you describe the process that you use to ensure that devices that you acquire for resale are not stolen?
Absolutely, Chris, and I think I've got the working mic here. There we go. Thanks, Chris and Charles, for including us today, and I thank the chairman and the commission for their leadership on this issue. It's of critical importance to Gazelle as an advocate for consumers in this space. We really like to think that we're at the forefront of these issues and have been thinking through it for quite a long time now. So just to give you a sense for how Gazelle deals with this issue, and I'll take you through a traditional sort of customer interaction. If you were to go to Gazelle.com right now, feel free to do so, and looked up your cell phone, you would get an offer price. If you liked that price and you wanted to trade it to Gazelle, Gazelle would ship you a box. When the box arrives, you put the phone in the box and it arrives to us. The first thing that we do is inspect the phone and check the IMEI. And we utilize the Recipro tool. Our friends from Recipro have been great partners, and we really view that, at least as of today, as the most comprehensive data available. So to the extent a phone is flagged as lost or stolen, that device is immediately quarantined. There's outreach to the individual that attempted to trade the device, and we have a customer care team that is trained on communicating with someone in those circumstances. The device is also comprehensively data wiped. And in the event, again, it was flagged as lost or stolen, it's quarantined for at a minimum of 90 days. We're eager for tools where at that point we're then able to communicate that event out to law enforcement. So right now, while we can quarantine and flag and hold, we're missing that sort of affirmative outreach. We've been really excited by some of the activation lock features and some other hardware features from some of the OEMs that allow us to receive a phone and, hey, my phone's been stolen. If you found it, call me. And we have a customer care team that is very eager in those situations to reunite folks with their devices. So back to a quarantine phone. We regularly work with law enforcement. The incidence of lost and stolen phones showing up on Gazelle's doorstep is quite small, as you might imagine, given the nature of our business. We have to capture home address, email, in some cases telephone numbers, and the elapsed time from when you trade it online to when the phone shows up and is inspected can be upwards of 8 days. So it really gives a period of time for lost and stolen reports to be filed and leveraging of the databases. And to the extent that law enforcement does reach out, we're able to provide important information, on that transaction and the individual involved.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And finally, a question for Cineverse. Mary, you work for a company that deals with carrier databases all the time in the context of roaming. Can you provide a snapshot of how Cineverse can track fraud and how you can help carriers manage suspicious activity? And can you provide the magnitude of the roaming fraud losses that carriers incur? How big is the problem, and how many cases on a monthly basis occur based on incidents of stolen phones? And do you have any observations from those activities that could apply to maintaining a stolen phone database?
Sure. Again, thank you, Chris and Charles and my friend Pramesh to invite me here today. Cineverse is one of these companies that's in the back end of providing interoperability between mobile network operators around the world, where we make it so that your device, when you land somewhere that is not your home network, it will work. And so the actions associated with when a phone is stolen, very frequently what we find is that it is, as earlier said by the other panel, it leaves the borders very quickly. And so the incidence of usage by a fraudster, which is what we call them in the industry, is very much when we see fraudulent activity occurring on a stolen phone in a foreign nation. And what is the impact and where Cineverse sees it is from the point of view of the mobile network operator that is the home of that subscriber. So I land in London, my phone is stolen, and it could easily be, in Gambia by, 24 hours later, and we're seeing high usage occur. And my home operator here in the United States is subsequently holding the bag for that usage that's occurring in Gambia. So we're coming at this from the point of view of being able to protect the mobile network operator's exposure to fraudulent usage while the device is roaming. So today we serve, and roaming is predicated on a series of wholesale relationships that exist between operators. And the way in which, and I'm going to talk specifically in terms of the GSM technology and LTE. The device itself, while important, the specific usage is actually within the SIM. And so it is important to understand that there are two assets here that have a value that are important to consider. The usage is going to be tracked to a SIM, and then you've got the actual device value itself, the hardware. We're monitoring fraud use cases on behalf of about 100 operators today, where we are looking at near real-time data that's coming in, that's being exchanged between a visited operator and a home operator. So keep in mind that visited operator, doesn't know that it's a stolen phone. It's just simply usage. And they are sending a path of data back within a 4-hour time limit to the home operator. This standard is defined by the GSMA and has been around for roughly 10 years. And this data is coming back, and we're processing it on behalf of the operators to look for patterns of fraud. And we subsequently then work with the operator to determine and provide immediate data that says these are the instances that we are seeing of patterns of behavior that are not what we would consider typical usage. And there are patterns that have been in existence for years that are sort of preloaded as templates of fraudulent usage that we look for. And so we're seeing usage by devices that'll be calling premium rate numbers, international, simply just international calling. We'll see these kinds of actions occur. And working with our customers, we will get info back from them that says, all right, this is in fact usage that is attributable more than likely to a stolen phone. We are seeing for our 100 customers somewhere between 50 to 100 cases a month associated with this. The wholesale value attributable to that usage varies, as you can well imagine, between the operators that are in play here. But we're seeing somewhere between sort of probably about $500,000 a month that is directly attributable to what we've been told on wholesale roaming expense, right? So this is not retail. This is not, anything else. This is literally the megabytes of usage or the SMS or the voice that's been utilized by the stolen device in a roaming country. About that, on average, is what they're then held accountable to their roaming partner. So it's a slightly different spin on the discussion that we've had today of sort of where we see the impact. But I do think that, what we're seeing a great deal of prevalence of today is this idea of box splitting, where you have the device being sold separate onto the gray market and the SIM being taken out and shipped immediately, and that's where we're seeing the kinds of usage occur that is clearly meeting certain fraud patterns, and where in fact we're actually seeing more greater loss and a greater speed of fraudulent usage come through.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
I think this begs a follow-up to James, if I may. How can you compare and contrast? The roaming database is obviously different than yours. Can you give us a better sense of how quickly you update, how the blocking works? I mean, Ugo talks about how important blocking is, and sort of back to you, Mary. Do you interface with the GSM database? Can you see phones that are blocked, and do you put that into your roaming database?
Yeah, how does that work?
Let's talk about it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, right now today, we're getting data directly from the existence of an observation of stolen phone fraud. So we'll get
more
that.
Algorithms?
No, we're applying essentially usage pattern algorithms that indicate, and then we go to the operator to confirm, is this an instance of a stolen phone? Because frankly, until there's usage, you don't know that it's stolen.
Unless they had reported it to James.
And so at this stage of the game, there's not a connection between, say, our fraud solution to the GSMAs, because it's really an operator-to-operator activity. So what will end up happening is that we'll get a customer will confirm a stolen phone incidents from us because they have tapped into that database.
Customer in your case is a carrier.
That's
a provider.
Right. Yeah, we're only serving mobile network operators for this particular service. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that kind of highlights perhaps where some of the shortfalls are with this whole system. And I guess Mary and I need to have this conversation to see how we can maybe get that data sets, or certainly our data, to you. Sure. But going back to the point that Hugo made earlier, because I think this is really important, just because I said that we've got 92 operators connected to our database doesn't mean that 92 operators are sharing data with 92 operators. There is a reluctance in some parts to take data from other operators, and there are a variety of reasons for that. There may be a trust issue around some of the data, but we've seen governments in particular put up a lot of obstacles and barriers to this, where we have individual nation states who've decided that, for example, they want to have their own stolen phone database and only their own database, and that's not connected to ours. That's not the situation with Colombia, which does actually have its own database.
Can you name names?
Certainly, it's prevalent in Latin America and a few countries in Europe. I prefer not to name and shame here, I guess, but because these are issues that we're trying to work with government to try to resolve. But in Colombia, for example, we've got both. We've got a national database that the government runs and has insisted upon, but we've also got the Colombian operators connecting to our database and providing data there. And to the credit of the Colombian operators, they take data from everybody else that's connected to our database. But that's not always the case.
It's because Ugo makes them.
Correct, and that's where the drive, I guess, needs to come from to a certain degree. I mean, I recall, for example, I think it was in this very room in November 2012, there was a bilateral accord announced between Mexico and the US for the exchange of stolen handset data. Just this morning I checked on where we are with that, and it's interesting because one operator in the US takes data from all of the Mexican operators. Nobody else does. And none of the Mexican operators take any data from the US. So even though that was a bilateral accord announcement in November 12, there's been no follow-through on that. We need to try to figure out why that is. We've had a similar situation, for example, where there was an announcement between Colombia and Mexico. All of the Colombian operators are taking Mexican data, but none of the Mexican operators take any Colombian data. So that announcement was probably not particularly useful either. So there's value in announcements, but only insofar as they're followed through. And that's one of the issues that we've got to deal with within the industry, is try to work out why there are issues and reluctance to share data amongst operators. And of course, we also need to drive connectivity to the database. I mean, I mentioned that we've got 92 operators currently sharing. There are over 800 network operators in the world. Yeah. So we have a long, long way to go. And we need to bridge that gap. And even here within the US, It's fantastic that we've had the big four carriers connect, and they're now sharing data, all of them since November last year and two of them since the previous year. But there's still a lot of operators here in the US. So there are pockets within the US where I can have a device that's stolen from Verizon, AT&T, or Sprint or whatever, and it will continue to work within the US on a network that's not sharing data, and we need to plug those gaps.
So one of the things that we heard on the previous panel, and we're hearing again here, a theme is the complexity of the issue and the need for cooperation. So can you speculate on the reluctance of the operators, and how might we overcome that obstacle? How can we better work together?
Well, very quickly.
And I open that to any of the panelists. Would really like to hear from all of you.
But very quickly, from the discussions we've had, in Latin America in particular, some of the operators are saying to us, and they're presenting pieces of legislation to us that says this prevents us from taking data from other nation states. We've got to try to understand why that is, but clearly the operators are concerned about compliance. In taking the discussion away for a second from Latin America and North America, in Europe, for example, there are data protection issues around some of this too, where some countries in Europe have a much more restrictive data protection regime in place than perhaps others. Predominantly, the data that's contained within our database really just identifies the device, the piece of equipment. It doesn't identify subscribers. However, having said that, and that's generally acceptable across Europe, but there are some individual countries where that is still classified as personal data. And of course, that puts restrictions on the international transfer and so forth as well. So there are some regulatory obstacles here.
Okay, from our point of view, first of all, we want to thank you, the GSMA support, because since we start to talk to our governments through the CITEL in the OEA, the GSMA made a commitment from all the enterprises in the region to be connecting. This commitment goes up in the number of operators and countries connected. Say that we found in the survey that the operators have two main concerns: to connect, to share, and to block all the emails from the other countries. The first is the capacity in the EIR, which is the hardware and software. It works in the call setup. Is very critical mission platform, and it's limited in capacity and costs some dollars. So I asked recently in Uruguay, in the GSMA plenaria, some operators over there in the south, why don't they start to blocking? And they say, we need to know first how many emails will come from Brazil, from Mexico, from the United States, because we are not so big operators, so we have a limited capacity, and before to invest in more capacity, we need to know the figures. So the first job to do there is having the support also from the GSMA, in order to, as the countries and the operators is being connecting and sharing, having these statistics in order to facilitate to operators to dimension in time and capacity, making a balance for not having infinite capacity or growing capacity, balance the time where the email is being blocked, say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and once the capacity is full, you can delete or extract to other database, the last one, el más antiguo, the oldest one. So that's the first concern. The second concern of them is the duplicate emails. They face cases where a legitimate customer buy the legitimate smartphone to the operator, and the operator acquire legally this from the manufacturer. but the criminals in other country hit that email to clone into another handset, and sometimes this other handset is being reported by the third good faith user that is acquired for cheap, for low cost, or to buy cheap phones. The good people are buying this kind of tampered phones, and when they got stolen, they report it. So the email goes to the negative database, and they block the legitimate handset in another country. And the operators is saying, I don't want to block this legitimate customer and legitimate handset because other ones has the tampering or cloning the emails to the black market. So, but for example, in my country, we asked the operators to tell us the figures, how many. So they have been talking about thousands or millions, but lately they are talking about just, say, 3 to 10 cases in 3 months coming from reports abroad in other countries like Ecuador, but it's not so high. So I think there are some paradigms, but it's a lot of work to do, to work together to go around these problems is unsolved.
Did you have any other comments about this? Because I have a couple questions to
Yeah, I just
follow
want to
up.
add just one thing. This is very much an issue of scale, and what is the corresponding risk that's being identified. If you are a large operator in our circumstance that is sending frequently subscribers out and are a large outbound roaming provider, you have the greatest incentive to ensure that you have the greatest level of safeguards associated with fraud prevention. As a smaller operator, that may not be the same. And so these issues that Hugo is raising associated with almost the business case associated with connecting to a real-time database that's going to both put on a blacklist versus take off of the blacklist are hugely important, associated and directly connected to what is the risk that they are currently exposed to. I mean, I think there's not an operator in the world that would deny the fact that there is a personal risk to subscribers associated with stolen phones. There's no doubt of that. But just as in anything else, the ideal circumstance that, came to mind when I first thought of this panel was it would be great if it worked just like number portability, right? Here's something very quick. It's entirely centralized. Everybody has in the United States the obligation to, follow those rules, and it's relatively real time these days. Putting something like that together is no small investment, and the varying levels of investment that would need to be taken depending upon where the risk is sitting for an operator is substantial, and I think material in its way in which it would implement, or the way in which it would impact the successful implementation of a database.
Yeah, if I may, Charles, just pick up on the question about the reluctance to share data. I think we have to appreciate that if you have your mobile phone stolen on the street, your first port of call to make that report may well be your network operator. It may well be the local PD. It may be your insurer. All of those organizations, in my opinion, have an ethical and moral obligation to share with the other stakeholders that I described earlier, the traders, the insurers, the operators, and so on, the fact that that report has been made, because we cannot leave this up to the public. We cannot assume that they're going to do it the right way or the prescribed way when they are the victim of loss or theft. We've got to help them out. So I don't see any reasonable argument for any stakeholder in this whole picture to avoid sharing. As James touched on, in some European countries, they consider the IMEI as private data. There's little we can do about those guys, right? But everybody else who has a sensible approach to the IMEI and a considered approach to it, there is absolutely no reason why that piece of data and the date the insurance claim was made, or the date the report to the PD is made, or the date the phone is requested to be blocked to the operator, there is no good reason not to share that data, in my opinion.
And just to underscore Les's point, trade-in of used mobile devices is a $14 billion market by 2017. Every major carrier is in this business. It's a critical piece of the mobile ecosystem. And sharing data so that the entire ecosystem can leverage and behave properly is of critical importance. And I just echo Les's concern around data sharing.
So I feel like I have to ask the question, and maybe it's James first, but maybe all of you will have a view. So I think there seems to be an emerging consensus that more data is better. How do we get to Mary's utopia, where, and is one of the issues? It seems like fidelity and security are key components to this. If you can spoof an IMEI, you clone an IMEI. You have people who could potentially hack access to the database. I mean, any thoughts?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are some key fundamental enablers that need to be in place for IMEI blocking to be effective and for data sharing to be effective. And the most fundamental one is that the IMEI, which is the serial number that we use to identify and block these devices, can be trusted. So it needs to be securely implemented. We acknowledge that when we started to look at this issue back in 2002 in Europe, there were serious problems with the manner in which IMEIs were being implemented in devices. It was totally and utterly insecure. It was unsatisfactory. Operators could take no confidence whatsoever in terms of blocking that number because the number may not be the right number or the number can be just easily changed. So the blocking was very, very easily circumvented. That caused GSMA to embark on a piece of work with the device manufacturers directly. And it culminated in 2005 with the publication and launch of two initiatives. The first thing we did was we worked with the device manufacturers to develop a set of technical design principles whose objective would be to ensure that the IMEI implementation could be absolutely secured and locked down. So we agreed that, and then we signed bilateral agreements with all of the major manufacturers at that time. Incidentally, the landscape has changed significantly since. But we did, and we got their full commitment that they would deliver on the technical implementation. They did that, and certainly it's true to say that IMEI changing, while it was a problem in the past, is not the problem now that it once was. So significant progress has been made in that regard. The second thing we did, incidentally, was we do recognize the fact, and this will apply equally to kill switch or whatever emerges. While the solution may be secure and locked down at the point at which it's delivered to market initially, inevitably over time, with the advancement of technology and so forth, that may become compromised. So we also launched a program whereby security weaknesses in devices could be brought to the attention of the GSMA, and we in turn would engage directly with the product security people at the affected manufacturers. There was a formal process designed and defined around how this would happen, to the point that even the commitment from the manufacturers was they would investigate and propose solutions within a 42-day period. So we have done a lot of work in IMEI security. I'm not saying we've solved all of the problems. We've certainly solved most of them. There may be one or two manufacturers that continue to have issues, in which case, if we become aware of this, we will work with them directly to solve the problem. And just on that point, we've not received any reports of IMEI security compromise from North America or from Latin America through our process. If we do, we will certainly deal with them. But we understand that it is a fear and a concern for operators. But I think where that is the case, it behoves those operators to look within their own networks and try to identify how many duplicate IMEIs are actually on my network, because we have come across this in the past, and where operators have looked at the problem and tried to scale it, they suddenly realize that, actually, you know what, it's not that big a problem.
Anyone else on that point?
When we start to block the EMIs, sorry, we realize the smartphones like the BlackBerries and other smartphones still continues to be sold because of the access to internet as a little computers. So the email blocking is take them off of the mobile networks, but they still works on the IP environment. So we need to rely on the kill switch applications, something like that. For example, RIM has worked on blocking the PIN number, personal identification number, in their facilities. So we need two kind of blockings
Serial
for the
numbers
smartphones. Yeah, and the internet, the Wi-Fi. It's more difficult because you can try to block the address of IP address of the handset, but it's easily tampered. So the kill switch is a good way to fight with the usage in the internet as a little computer for the smartphones. That's what I say. So.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, if I may, I mean, there is a limit here in terms of what the cellular networks can do, and I think I guess I would say this representing the industry, but there is some credit to the industry because we did actually, when the standards were being originally defined, we built this mechanism by which it's possible to block a device. That doesn't exist with Wi-Fi, for example. So, as Hugo has just said, I mean, blocking devices on mobile networks or cellular networks is one thing, but they will continue to be of value and usable elsewhere. And that's why things like kill switch are important. And just to announce in that respect, we've done a lot of work on this within GSMA recently, and we expect within the next few weeks to publish a document for the industry that will actually define 17 individual requirements that we think a kill switch solution needs to satisfy. And amongst those, we'll be addressing some of the issues that already came up this morning. Things like, for example, that this has to be automatically opt-in. It's not optional for users other than to opt out. So de facto, it's in the box, it's enabled. There's a tutorial issue and a whole lot around it. So we're working on all these solutions too. We do understand that the power to devalue a stolen device is not just with mobile operators.
Sure. And I have a question for you. Do you see this as a... I'm sorry, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, if I could just pick up on a point Hugo made there about the non-IMEI serial numbers. I should point out, traders like Gazelle and other customers of ours are checking multiple serial numbers because one of the issues with this whole area is that, to go back to the point I made about the avenues for reporting, many records we see on the NCIC stolen article file, which is a collection of police department reports, are not IMEIs, but serial numbers of phones or serial numbers of tablets. And so we always try and educate our customers that they must check these serial numbers. And that, for some devices, that means checking a CDMA serial number, an LTE serial number, and a manufacturer's serial number. Right? And conscientious traders are doing exactly that. And of course, that offers significant protections when this problem if we can solve the mobile device, the phone theft issue, of course, the next consumer electronics item that will become a target of that displaced criminal activity can be dealt with by the same databases that have that flexibility and the same data sets and contributions from data providers. So I think it's hugely important that we have a rounded picture that these devices are identified in several ways, and the trading community is already cognizant of that. And some of the data sharers are as well, but we certainly need more data in that regard. It would be great to have a serial number alongside every IMEI from manufacturers, for example.
So I guess maybe in Mary's utopia that would happen, but it sounds like we're not there yet. But the obvious question is there an app for that? Is there some easy way for consumers or law enforcement or carriers to compile all this data and share it securely?
Well, I have an app for that. Of course. Our NMPR application that's available to law enforcement does just that, and it does it for the public and for traders like Gazelle and Sprint's buyback program and so on, and some very large volume recyclers and so on. It does that. It's there. If we have it, we share it. We make it available. The issue sometimes is just getting everybody to pony up the data, right, and just share the data with us in the first place. Granting access to it is really the easy bit. It's collating that data in the initial instance from those that have it in their pockets.
And once reported, how quickly is that data available?
Well, in the case...
Just a follow-on question. I'd be interested from the consumer perspective in knowing, like, what should the consumer's sort of first reaction be? Who should they report to, or do they need to report? We talked about reporting to the insurance company, reporting to their network operator, reporting to law enforcement. Do they need to? This is related to Charles, but do they need to do all of those simultaneously? How does that work from a consumer's perspective?
At the risk of hogging the answers, it's a spectrum. Okay, so your concern as a mobile phone user when your phone is stolen, your primary concern is who's going to run up an enormous bill on my account, right? So the operator will usually be your first port of call, because you don't care so much about the device. You do care about all that personal data and ID theft and the rest of it, but your primary concern usually is who's going to run up $1,000 on my account, right? So the operator is an important and initial first step in that. But many consumers, as I said before, report it to the insurer. Their first thought is, I've got to get a new phone, right? They don't report it to the police, perhaps, because they don't think, not incorrectly, but perhaps they don't think that the police can action this as readily as you would expect them to be able to. And a large part of that is because the information is not always available to them. That's back to my point about data sharing. It is a spectrum. You can't prescribe what the public are going to do, because you can't describe the situations or the priorities they will give to any particular course of action. So what we've seen today is that there is no silver bullet for this. We have to share data more and more from all the avenues it comes in. We have to make it available to everybody who's got a stake in it, which includes the public. And simple programs like free public registration of devices, so that they can go and report these things stolen and lost in real time, are very important. The GSMA does a great job of keeping their data up to date, and they've provided carriers with the tools to update more and more frequently that data at the carrier's choice. But there is an inevitable delay in any batch process, of course. Whereas, there are all the additional data sets I talked about. When an insurer sends an insurance claim record through, or a member of the public reports something lost on a public immobilized, for example, public registration system, then that affects the trading community instantly, in real time. And that's really important. Again, I feel like I'm hogging this, but a very important thing came out earlier. Chief Palzik mentioned the golden hour. Okay, he mentioned that period between somebody losing a phone, being a victim of loss or theft, of crime, and making the report. Because no matter who they're reporting to on this spectrum that I've been talking about, there's always a delay. There's a human element to this. And if you've just been knocked on the head for your phone, you may still be lying in the gutter an hour from now, right? Or you're disoriented or whatever. So your actions are not necessarily as fast as they are. But if you can build a community of responsible traders who are checking everything they encounter, then what you find is that the opportunist who just wants to turn a few bucks, as the special agent from the Secret Service was saying earlier, the opportunist who wants to turn that few bucks very quickly, he takes his chances. He goes immediately around the corner and he goes into a second-hand trader who has a presence on the high street, and he tries to monetize that phone. And if he can monetize the phone, you have lost the opportunity to disincentivize him from doing it again. So he has to be stopped from monetizing it. Now, in that golden hour, none of us know, Recipro included, that phone's been stolen. But if the trading community is doing the check, that leaves a footprint. So when the report does come in, the law enforcement agency can be sent a proactive alert saying that phone was attempted to be traded 45 minutes ago at this location. And they can get CCTV footage, they can contact the store, they can get some actionable intelligence out of it. So it is possible to close up that golden hour and make a real difference and get real-time data like this. Responsible traders are already doing that and helping the police in that process.
Can I ask James and Mary, how quickly do your databases update?
Our databases processes the data on receipt immediately.
Is there an obligation from the carriers to update within a period of time, or?
No, there isn't. I mean, in some individual countries, we have codes of practice established or memorandums of understanding between the operators, and they make certain commitments to do certain things. But most typically, where those agreements do exist, the commitment is to exchange data once every 24 hours. And that is predominantly what happens with our database. We just get one data feed once a day from each carrier.
So that golden hour is a golden day.
Absolutely. And that can be reduced. I mean, to Les's point, I mean, the database on our side has total flexibility. It will receive the files at any given point in the day. It will process them immediately and make the files available again for download. So it's an automated process on our side.
But only from carriers, right?
Correct.
The roaming data that's being exchanged between the operators, there are roughly probably 500 globally that exchange this near real-time data that represents roaming usage. Through that data is what we're analyzing to determine the instance of fraud. That, for the most part, the industry standard says that they need to exchange it within 4 hours of when the incident, whenever the event occurs, a call, a use of mobile data. For the most part, it's being exchanged for probably 90% of that within an hour. Once we detect a pattern of fraud and subsequently attribute it, because if you recall, I have to have it confirmed by the operator that it is a stolen phone. We can see usage that is certainly indicative of fraud, but have to have confirmation that it is a stolen phone that is causing that. So as soon as we have that confirmation, it's immediate that we're updating this database. Subsequently, the way in which the service works is that if I have an IMEI that's been registered as stolen, then I can actually support the rest of my customers and have them essentially use this mutual database for the prevention of that IMEI being passed on to somebody else, or the SIM card being passed on to anybody else. So it's, I think one action that seems obvious to me is the opportunity to share this data, to collectively share this data as well with anyone else that's providing fraud management related services.
I was going to add to Les's point, because I know we're on a panel about data, and we'll talk a lot about technology in the afternoon session, but I think Les highlights a very important point around the human behavioral piece on this, which is there is no consistent approach to any of this. It's an individual experience. And so when we go and survey customers, they say, sometimes I go to my carrier first. Sometimes I go to law enforcement, though half the time I probably don't report it because either I'm afraid of retribution, I don't have time, I just want to go take care of my issue. A lot of times they'll come to us, which we then go work directly with the carriers to provide that information to the carriers so we can be a single point of contact for that subscriber.
Do you also contact law enforcement?
No, we will work through the carrier for all of that. And we'll support the consumers. We don't require police reports in most situations because we find that discourages consumers and slows down the process and unfortunately creates a lot of work for law enforcement, which we know is already taxed. But I think it's a human behavioral piece from an education perspective as well as a channel perspective. I think, Les, you mentioned, there's a lot of network effects here, which is if we only address one piece of this chain, it won't work. It has to be every single piece because the consumer isn't going to be consistent. They're not going to use their password every time, let alone go to the same place every time. So I think there's a big human piece from the data perspective that we have to address as well.
Okay, thinking about your question, it's better, in our experience, to get the user reported to the operator, since it's the natural reaction, and they have some advantages. The first one is the statistics. You can measure the problem in the amount of reportings lost or stolen. Second, you have to, or you could bring this information through the police, but you will need to add information to these reportings. For example, block the right EMIE, the right email, because one email is the one that is in the billing and customer care system, but usually the email that is having activity in the network is different because the user changed it. So the operators have to catch the right email that was stolen that day and that hour that was stolen, and make campaigns to the users in two fronts. Report immediately, not waiting 8 days. In the meantime, use another phone, and when they report, the operator takes the last one, so they block the wrong email. So report immediately. And the second is for the prepaid users. They don't usually report, so once we started the campaigns, the figures goes up, and we ask ourselves why, if we are taking measures, the problem is go up. It was probably of the campaigns, because the prepaid users start to report the phones. In the past time, they don't report because they don't have problems with the billing, so they don't care if the phone is being used by other one. And the other fact is that many users in my country have a prepaid SIM card, but it's not under its name, under their names. It's another names, because they sell anywhere. So, or a SIM card of mine, I pass to my son, but it's in my name. And for example, my son will report the stolen phone, but the operator won't take the report because it's not in his name, but it's in my name. So I have to call. But when the SIM cards pass through between users that don't meet each other, so they cannot report. So you have to work on that. And for example, having these figures compared with the GSMA database will bring some interesting information, because sometimes they are not equal. So something happens because we have three stages: the front end in the customer care services, the internal database in the operator, and the ARA in the network, and the GSMA database. So some lack of information could be over here. And with this information, for example, in Colombia, 1 year after, we realized that we need to separate, to split which is lost or which is stolen. And for those who was stolen, we asked the operators, in accordance with the police, to ask the user where and when. And the police could have been working, and they could georeference the problem in order to make their strategy to send the cameras and more policies over there in the hot places.
I'm just curious, you sort of touched on this, but from a data management perspective, should you as a consumer, if you think your phone may have been stolen, but you also think it may be stuck between the car seat and the transmission, should you report it? I mean, is this something that, does it clog the database? And maybe for all of you.
I would say yes, is the answer. But I guess this also illustrates the potential issues with kill switch. We've done some work recently with some of the operators in Europe, and it seems that on average, in 20% of cases where a device has been blacklisted, it's subsequently necessary to unblacklist that device. And I know that when kill switch was being defined here, for example, in the United States, we've seen different laws, obviously, in draft form at state level, federal level. In some cases, this was to be an irreversible execution on the device, which would potentially break a lot of devices unnecessarily. So my advice always to consumers would be in a situation like that, because as Mary pointed out, there are two assets to be protected here. It's not just about the device, it's also the SIM card, and the potential for it to cost the consumer dearly is to report the loss. Subsequently, if it turns up, that's fine. It can be removed from the blacklist again. It's not an issue.
I'd agree with James on that. You have to report it. You have to block it. You can't be certain that you didn't lose it and then lose it somewhere else, right? I suppose the challenge for the user is, as we heard from the survey earlier from John Faust, is that reporting it to the operator now may be possible during business hours or before 10 p.m. When you find it at midnight, that may not be possible. And with the 24-hour update period, have you really achieved anything in the interim? Because cross-network wise, that block didn't have time to take effect. So it's a difficult question, but absolutely I'd agree with James that the consumer should try it anyway.
So
this is an important issue because, for example, you got 100 reports, and if you track the emails after 2 or 3 months, you found that 70 or 80 remain lost or stolen. So, and in the end of the user, it's very difficult for the operators to try to realize or to establish, because the user doesn't know, even mostly if they report immediately, they don't know if it was stolen or was lost. So I seen a report here in North America that the 44% of the projections is of lost or stolen is because the people forget these devices in public places. So the figures the recommendation is to split the figures, and even when it's being reported stolen, there is some important percentage of recoveries because of the confusion of the people. So, and if this is the figures that it will tell us that the problem is going up or going down, we need to be very careful with this kind of situation and statistics.
So to close out our discussion this afternoon, do you have any final specific thoughts on how we can achieve this timely, global, comprehensive database of stolen or lost devices that's accessible to all? It's sort of the theme of our panel. And I would open that to any and each of the panelists.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps we should start at that end. Mary?
The critical issue for me is the fact that there is the opportunity to share it, and the central nature of having it available doesn't mean that it has to be considered is how quickly it can be done. So I've said it before, and I'll just reiterate the fact that initially having a daily update to a database is certainly a great start. I mean, I think that that's no reason. If you can't have it instantaneously, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it to begin with. So I think that it's the right place to begin. I think that it should incorporate both the SIM and the IMEI, or the IMSI and IMEI as a combination. I think it's important that, as well as the serial numbers as you've identified as well. I mean, to date, or so far today, I've really only talked about it from a GSM point of view. Certainly CDMA is critical, but as we go forward into LTE, I think having the combination of the IMEI and the IMSI as something that's being tracked, and then having the goal towards being able to share it in more real time, and perhaps that's something that's done as a premium. I mean, there's lots of different models that can be adopted for this, and some may have a commercial term to it that says, if you have a higher risk or a higher desire for the data in a faster time period, then you may want to pay for it. I think there is a significant issue that needs to be considered is where does the cost lie and how is this done? So I don't want to underestimate how that needs to be considered.
Yeah, and I would echo a point that was made earlier around the responsibility of this industry to provide the data. I understand the technological limitations, the time, the cost, but this is an industry that is participating in this trade-in market. They are very much the beneficiaries of revenue and margin associated with this industry, and it is incumbent upon them to share the data that is critical to an efficient and competitive market, and certainly protecting our consumers. The frustrating part as a consumer of this information, as someone who's trying to protect a customer base and look out for them, is that the data exists, and we have the very real possibility of sharing data so that a trader like Gazelle is put in a position of being able to pick up the phone and call a police detective in Louisville, Kentucky, and say, we've got that phone, to call our friends at Asurion and say, there's been a claim made on this device, we've got it. And all the parties are here, all the interests are aligned, and I think we've got an obligation to do it.
Yeah, I would say that there appears in the conversation to be a trade-off between a couple of different things. There's the trade-off on time, which is the quicker we want this done, it sounds like the narrower it needs to be. And what we've laid out on this panel and the previous panel is the complexity of this. And I think that's going to be the biggest trade-off that we'll have to make, which is if there is a single transaction or communication between Gazelle and Asurion, that's very easy to get real time and pretty quick. It's when we try to cover the SIM cards going overseas, having the sort of the bodegas tied in that we were talking about in the earlier panel, I think that's where the complexity comes. And I think the interesting conversation over the next couple of months is going to be, do we want to be quick or do we want to be complete? And as we make those trade-offs, it's going to be challenging because I think we can get that speed piece that you're asking about, Chris. But I think there's going to be some trade-offs from a complexity perspective that I don't think are fully fleshed out at this point.
I think there is a technical database or comprehensive information as long as the first action is to block them, to get the render or to lose the value of these smartphones. But there is also a necessity to build administrative database without replying or duplicating the information of for example, of the GSMA things, but to complement the information with the statistics, where was stolen, with customs, or all the information that the authorities need to track the problem nationally.
To take a point that Mary raised, actually, about who pays, I think one of the things we've managed to demonstrate in the UK and to a very large degree here in the US already is that the traders who power that significant industry that Matt referred to, the Gazelle lead, are willing to pay. They're willing to pay to get good data to avoid taking stolen property and to avoid having this impact on society and do the right thing. And actually, given that the people who hold the data, the initial data, can fulfill their moral and ethical obligations of sharing that data, as I see them, without cost, because the traders are willing to pay to do the right thing, it seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? It seems like everybody would want to do that. There's no central funding required. There's no legislation essential to force traders to do this. They want to do the right thing. They are a responsible community, and because of that, we can drive down the second-hand value of these devices substantially. And make no mistake, when someone touched on, I think Hugo mentioned about the value of a blocked phone running on Wi-Fi. You can still Skype, you can still WhatsApp. It's still a very useful device, right? But if you can't sell it, if you can't turn a quick profit, if you can't get a good price for it, that's how you've impacted the incentive to commit crime in future. If it's worth $30 instead of $300, that's now a questionable balance of risk versus reward for the criminal, and that's what we're all about, and that's why I'm so passionate about the subject of data sharing.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. My wish list would basically be to see more operators connected to our database, more sharing of data, more use of that data by law enforcement and other stakeholders. And one of the things that we didn't really get a chance to discuss during this panel, but perhaps it might come up later, is the app stores and how they can access this data and use that data. Because, again, about reducing the value of these devices. As long as these devices can continue to obtain software updates, visit app stores and download apps and so forth, they do remain of value. And the data is available. We would be quite willing to give that data to the app store so they can block those devices getting service.
Well, thank you all so much for sharing your time and your expertise and for engaging in a lively discussion here. It was very informative to us, I know, and I'm sure to our audience as well and those watching on the web. We did have a question that came in. I think we've taken a look at it, and in the interest of time, we'll refer to the next panel. So we'll break for lunch at this point. Let's please thank our panelists.
So we're going to break until 1 o'clock, and will all panelists from all the sessions please go to the break room? Thank you. If anyone has any questions. Okay, Walter?
Anytime. All right, we're going to get started now. Everybody would be seated. I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking Dennis Roberson, who's the chair of the Technological Advisory Council, for agreeing to spearhead this effort for the Commission. For those of you who don't know, the Council is an advisory committee of leading industry experts advising the Commission on technical issues. As the Chairman noted, after this workshop, we'll be forming a specific work group on this topic, and we expect representation from that group to be drawn from law enforcement, handset manufacturers, chip manufacturers, OS providers, and service providers. And as the Chairman noted continually, he expects within 6 months to have actionable recommendations that the Commission can take under consideration. So this is really the kickoff, the beginning of a process that we hope will complete successfully within 6 months. And I'd like to turn over the panel then to Dennis.
Great. Thank you, Walt, and thank you all for being here. I think we all have received a great deal of additional information already this morning. I found it quite interesting and instructive, and there were numerous points that, though I have been studying this since the Chairman asked for my involvement, I found numerous points that I had not thought through, and of course that's the objective of our being together today, to draw out the different perspectives, and in many cases bringing together groups that do not normally come together to share the information. Repeatedly we heard the notion of sharing and collaboration and cooperation as being a key to the solution of this very vexing and challenging problem. At the same time, there are obstacles to that free-flowing communications, and some of the free-flowing communication can contribute to the challenges as well. So we now have that wealth of information. You have before you a tremendous panel representing the technology side. I would, rather than give you an appropriate level of biographic background for each of the folks before you, I would call your attention to the handout that is available at the door if you've not already picked one up, so you can review at your leisure the background in the biographic sketch that is provided there. At the same time, I will ask each of the panelists who are going to make a few opening remarks to perhaps do an additional word of introduction and why you're here, why you were the stuckee for this particular event from your respective companies. So that would be quite helpful. I think the key thing that we've heard this morning, if you look at this from a business perspective, the organized crime element really has a wonderful business circumstance in front of them, and that's why we see this high growth rate in the thefts, because it's a very productive business environment. We don't like to think about it that way, but we understand where's the money aspect to this whole arrangement, and there really is a lot of money, and there are multiple avenues to derive that money. The avenue of the selling of the SIM card, as was illustrated, and running it to Gambia was the chosen country, not to single out any given country, but that was the one chosen this morning, and then using that to run up a very large bill. There is the opportunity that affords itself in sort of in two forms, one with the SIM card as a wonderful smartphone device for its full intended purpose, but even without the SIM card, you have a great device that can be used as a camera, can be used as a game machine, can be used on Wi-Fi and quite independent of its connection to the network. There is also the third aspect, which is the identity theft aspect, which is another huge business. So it's a very challenging problem because of the multiple aspects of the business, and we were also introduced to the notion in passing this morning it's not all prepaid, it's also or not all postpaid, but prepaid as well, phones, so that adds another dimension to this whole challenge. So that begins to frame the challenge, and again, the framing was wonderful. So the notion that I had, given the excellence of the members of the panel, Chairman gave us 6 months to complete the task. I feel with the talent here, we could probably finish it this afternoon. So if you all would just give us the answers then we can just write them up and we'll be done with this. That was obviously a joke because I think this is the nature of the challenge is far beyond even the talents of the illustrious panel that we have before us. So let me jump us into the activity, and I offered the panelists each an opportunity to spend just a few minutes in opening comments, but I'd like you to direct your comments around the things that we talked about this morning. Maybe adding a couple of dimensions, and you don't all have to cover these, but a couple of pop-ups. One of them, there's been a lot of discussion about kill switch and bricking the phone, and one of the things that we ought to make sure that we cover is what that really means, because over lunch there was some discussion about 23 different versions of that, so we ought to at least cover that. We ought to talk about, since the law enforcement community has been with us already and given us a good view of their view of the problem, highlighting the fact that one of the things that really is needed is the technology side. The other end of the ship seems to be pretty dry at this point. So if you'd like to talk about the role of the police, public safety side in the solutions that you would see from a technological standpoint. And then more generally, the key threads that you would see that would form the base for a technology foundation for the solution to this problem. And with that long preamble, filling your minds with various things to talk about, Brian, if you would go ahead and lead off. You're on.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. Name is Brian Daly. I'm the Director for Core Network and Government and Regulatory Standards in AT&T. The reason why I'm here is because this has been a topic that both myself and AT&T have been involved with for many years. I chair the GSM Association's North American Regional Interest Group, Fraud Forum, and Security Group. Back several years ago, when Chief Lanier approached us to address this problem, we pulled all the GSM operators together in the U.S. and in Canada. Some Canadian operators were involved as well. And we developed an implementation guideline for use of the GSM Association's global IMEI database. And those recommendations were put forth, and many of the operators here in North America have adhered to and participate in that. From an AT&T perspective, when it comes to customers coming to us with a report of stolen handsets, our response is we can help you with that. We've been in the forefront of addressing the theft of handsets, working with industry. We've done much to try to address this issue. We continue to support law enforcement in their efforts. However, one concern we have is we can't view handset theft as a state, local, or even national issue. The technical solutions, as we've heard, need to be addressed globally in nature because this is a global issue. Many devices that are stolen do not end up on the streets of the U.S. They end up overseas in some other country, and therefore we need to look at global solutions for this. No one sector of the wireless ecosystem can do everything. Wireless is a diverse ecosystem, challenges the technology to work with so many different OS providers, manufacturers, service providers, and networks. Prescribed top-down solutions are somewhat inflexible, and we need to make sure whatever we come up with, we keep up with the rogue actors that are going to be playing in this space. We need to give careful considerations to security risks. If we have what's known as kill switch loosely on every device, we want to make sure that doesn't open up threats and vulnerabilities to the devices here with the citizens in the U.S. We need to really concentrate and consider those security risks that might be open. As far as AT&T, we've deployed technical solutions that are available to address handset theft, and as always, we continue to look for ways to aid in this important public safety endeavor. If a subscriber comes to us and says their handset has been lost or stolen, we've got a number of things that we put in place. First, we educate our consumers about securing their personal data and downloading apps that we have available through our mobile protection plan via our website, att.com/stolenphone. All new customers are provided with the link within the mobile device fulfillment materials, and existing customers are reminded twice per year through messaging. We do offer our own software through our mobile protection package that will remotely lock and erase data, subscriber data on the devices. Our website contains information on what to do in the event of a lost or stolen phone, as well as tips on how to secure data and minimize the inconvenience of loss or theft. We do participate with the GSM Association's Global IMEI database. When a report of a stolen phone is made to us by a subscriber, we immediately put that device on our blacklist, and it does get uploaded into the global database for the operators that use that database to block the devices on their networks. Now, the database itself is just one component of the overall blocking mechanism. In addition to having the database, the operator network has to be configured so that when an activation attempt is made before any device trade or any type of service activation is done, we check the database to make sure those devices are not stolen before they are allowed to obtain service on our network. So that are key components that go hand in hand with the global IMEI database that we've instituted within our network to make sure that we do all we can to prevent stolen devices from being used on our networks. As far as what is a kill switch, I think there's probably 10 or 20 different answers to that. There's everything from remote activation locks and being able to wipe consumer data off the devices to everything from rendering the device inoperable and making it a brick. I think that's one of the challenges is we need a consistent definition on what a kill switch is and what features and functions are needed from that device. And I see my clock is ticking down, so I'll end there.
Samir.
Great. Dennis, Walter, thank you for having us. So my name is Samir Gupte. I'm the head of partners product at Lookout Security. For those of you who don't know, Lookout Mobile Security is a company that develops security software for consumers on their mobile devices. And we have about 55 million users worldwide. And our application is preloaded on all Android phones that are sold through Sprint, T-Mobile, and AT&T in the U.S. We, in general, regarding the phone theft issue, we agree with a lot of other panelists that have spoken today that there is no silver bullet solution here. It's a multi-layered approach. When you look at our particular product, we protect users against malicious applications, but we also have a set of services around Find My Phone type features. So they help users locate, lock, and wipe their device if it's been stolen or lost. And when we think about this problem, we think the ideal solution involves both OEMs, carriers, chip manufacturers, but also applications. And we haven't talked a lot about applications and the software layer at this point, to this point today, but I think the one thing that best illustrates the value of the software layer is actually a data point that's been discussed a couple times today, which is around the fact that only 25 to 30% of users actually have a passcode. And I think earlier on a panel, someone mentioned that the solution to that is going through education and training. Respectfully, we actually think that that's a good backup solution, but the real solution is how do we make that easier from a product perspective? How do we make it so that we can protect the user's device and actually still get them to use the passcode or whatever it is we're using to authenticate a user? Apple's done a great job of doing that through Touch ID. How do we continue to advance the state-of-the-art through other biometric and other solutions to actually increase the percentage of people that want to proactively use that software? So to us, that feels like a product question and not so much primarily an education question. And for us, when we look at how do we develop better solutions to help people find their phones, one of the ways that we do that is through data. The earlier panel spoke a lot about that. We did some research earlier this year, and what that actually showed was a couple interesting data points. One was that, not that surprising, which is about 1 in 10 smartphone users have had their phone stolen at some point. That's unfortunate, but it's consistent with some of the things we've heard earlier today. One of the more interesting points, though, was that 45% of people that have had their phone stolen had it stolen when they put it aside for an hour or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It wasn't taken off their person necessarily. And so to us, that was an interesting problem. How do we make sure that we alert users at the earliest time possible so that they may have, indicating that they may have lost their phone? And what we actually rolled out a couple weeks ago was a new set of products called Theft Alerts that use triggers on the device to alert people when their phone may have been stolen. And to us, that's a really interesting, elegant way to try to help solve these types of problems for our users? How do we let them know, hey, you may have left your phone in a cab when you just got out of it. You should go back and find it. And maybe we can actually help them retrieve their phone before it's actually stolen. And to us, that is indicative of the fact that this ideal solution is actually multi-layered and doesn't just involve one particular player. And to go back to the question on the kill switch, that speaks to that, right? To us, kill switch is actually a set of services and features that help protect users when their phone may have been lost or stolen. And the feature just rolled out a couple weeks ago, so we're still gathering data, still getting some great feedback from our customers. And our plan is to continue to iterate on those features and those set of theft alerts and the triggers that we're using to alert people when their phone may have been stolen. And a big part of that is also partnering with some of the other folks you see here at the table. And so partnering with the various OEMs, carriers, chipset manufacturers to make those theft alerts more intelligent. And again, that's one more data point that we think is indicative of the fact that this is a multi-layered solution.
Very good.
All right. Dennis, Walter, thank you guys for moderating the panel. I want to thank the FCC and the chairman for involving us today. I'm Jason Novak. I manage the privacy engineering team at Apple. Apple takes the security of its users, their data, and their devices very seriously. We think it's important to develop technologies that allow users to secure their data and device against unauthorized use, and we think that's a range of threats and a range of technologies that we've designed in response to those threats. With iOS 5, Apple offered Find My iPhone for free for all of its iOS devices. By including it as part of iOS, we've encouraged users to enroll in Find My iPhone during upgrades. Find My iPhone, for those of you who aren't familiar with the feature, allows for users to remotely locate their device, play a sound on it, or securely erase it from either iCloud.com or from a Find My iPhone app. It does this in a way that allows for users to deal with both temporary and permanent loss, the phone slipping between the car seat situation that we heard discussed in the previous panel, the 20% of cases that were discussed on the blacklist where phones had to be removed, as well as permanent loss and theft. And we do this all in a privacy-friendly manner where the device only connects to the Find My iPhone service with consent from a user. And we think that's important because we want to eliminate fears customers may have around the permanent loss of use of their device or misuse of any tracking or control technologies provided to make smart devices less attractive to criminals, primarily by respecting the customer's choice and providing them tailored solutions that are very transparent in how they operate. In addition, in iOS 7, we introduced the activation lock feature as part of Find My iPhone, where a phone that is remotely erased using Find My iPhone or is erased through factory reset or other conditions has to have the user's iCloud username and password entered before it can be reactivated on the network. We think it was important to make a reversible solution so that devices were not permanently inoperable because of so many devices that are temporarily lost. And we think it's important to bring this technology to as many users as possible. So we made it available on all phones and devices that could run iOS 7, from the iPhone 4 released in 2010 to the iPhone 5S released in 2013. And that also works on our iPad and iPod Touch technologies, dealing with some of the Wi-Fi cases that were discussed in previous panels. We actively promote these features. They were each featured prominently in the iOS releases that they were included in initially and in those product announcements. But we also think about how to improve those products continuously and how to include them in new features, such as Family and iOS 8. But it's not just an anti-theft solution. It doesn't solve the problem. It needs to go beyond that. There are other cases and other technologies that can be used to secure customers' data privacy, and their devices, like passcodes. And so we actually took a step further, and we didn't just make passcodes. We didn't think passcodes were good enough. We added functionality on the iPhone 5S with Touch ID so that users could easily unlock their devices with their thumb or other fingers. And in the iOS 7 upgrade flow for users, we encourage users to set a passcode if they had not previously done so, and we discourage them from setting common or easily guessed passcodes. And finally, I think to Sameer's point earlier, we don't think about these as just hardware or just software features. We think about them as features that operate throughout the enterprise. And to that end, we try to implement them throughout the enterprise. And one example of this is if a phone is in lost mode, our Genius bars in our retail stores won't service the device, which we think is important. We think it's important to have a holistic view of these features, of this functionality, and of consumer data privacy and security.
Great. Nick?
I'm Nick Tucker. I'm a program manager at Microsoft. So I work on the team that builds the Find My Phone functionality for Windows Phone. And I've been on that team for the past 4 years. So Microsoft has a long history of consumer protection, and we were actually the first operating system company that developed anti-theft features for smartphones, and that was back in 2009 with Windows Mobile 6.1 initially, and then we later integrated that with Windows Phone in 2010. And very similar to the capabilities you've already heard, it's kind of the same pattern, right? We have these 4 actions that help in the case of a device loss or theft. And those actions are find, which will help find your device on a map as precise as it can. There's ring, to audibly let you find if it's in the room near you or draw attention to it. There's lock, which will prevent access to your phone if someone picks it up, and you can put a message on there so that people are aware that they can try to return it to you. And lastly, there's erase, which if you've given up all hope of finding your device, you are able to at least protect your data. And so when we look at we have millions of users that actually use that capability every year. And when we look at the data, 62% of them actually do the find capability, 32% do the ring, 5% do lock, and only 1% try to erase. So that kind of tells us that a lot of people are getting value and benefit out of those first 2 actions, which really help you locate your device. And there's kind of like 3 phases to anti-theft, I think, or to the capabilities that we're talking about. The first is, of course, I'm able to locate my device that I've lost. And second to that is data protection, and that's where the next 2 features come in of lock and erase. And what we've been talking about today and what we're trying to solve now is really more theft deterrence, and that's kind of the next step in evolution of what we're trying to do. So we've gotten a lot of positive feedback, and we've heard a lot of great success stories about the capabilities that we do have today. And there's also areas where we can improve, and that's what we're all here for. So one of the more recent changes that we've done for Find My Phone was with Windows Phone 8. It was actually more of a back-end change. We moved all of our services to Azure, which is our cloud platform, which helped give us a better infrastructure for global scalability, better reliability of our service. And another part that is really important for the coming work that we're going to do is about user experience. Because we've talked a lot today about different ideas for how do we implement this, how do we make this happen. And something that is a really delicate balance is user experience and security. Because the higher the bar for security, the better we all feel. But at the same time, if it's too complicated for users, they're not going to use it. So finding that balance is very delicate, and it's critical as we go forward to implement new capabilities. So especially in the recent past year, as thefts have been on the rise and the threat to consumers has risen, we've been actively working with the rest of the industry through CTIA to help identify what are the next steps for us to do. And that's where in April there was the announcement for the smartphone anti-theft voluntary commitments, and we are committed to delivering all those capabilities before July 2015, which is the deadline. And a lot of them we already have, as I reviewed earlier. So today is great, actually, because today is a chance for us to understand all the concerns and considerations across law enforcement, retail, and other players in the space, so that we can figure out what is the next evolution beyond those initial commitments that we've made, and see what do we have to do down the line to address this problem together. So with that, I would like to, again, thank you for having us here, and we're very excited to be participating in the TAC work group that will be preceding this event. Following this event.
Thank you, Nick. Rob?
Yeah, thank you. Rob Kubik. I'm communications or Director of Communications Policy and Regulatory Affairs with Samsung. First, I want to thank Chairman Wheeler for forming this session and bringing all the parties to the table. It's always good to have a discussion around this very important topic. As we understand, it is a very, very prevalent activity in the criminal market right now, and we want to try to do everything we can to help deter that. Samsung is active in this space. We've been working with law enforcement, the Secure Our Smartphones group, our carrier partners to try to provide a solution here for quite some time. We have signed the CTIA voluntary agreement where we are going to equip smartphones with a theft deterrent. We're pleased to be part of that activity. Starting with the S5, you have seen us starting to roll out a solution that's called Find My Mobile plus Reactivation Lock. Find My Mobile is your standard locate, lock, erase. Actually allows you to pull logs from your file and also from your phone and keep track of just general information about what pictures have been taken on there. So it's very similar to an application like Lookout or Find My iPhone. Reactivation Lock will work with the Find My Mobile application or other anti-theft locate, lock, erase applications to circumvent any unauthorized resetting of the device. So they would not allow somebody to reactivate the device on a carrier's network after it's been triggered. This solution is persistent through a factory reset because we employ the solution throughout the software space, throughout the hardware space to ensure that. We take the issue of security very seriously, and we look forward to continuing working within this group and with Dennis and Walter's leadership. We think the TAC will be a good place to have a great discussion. And just to finalize on your original question, why am I the Stuckey? When this first discussion happened a few years ago when we came to the agreement of the database, there was 2 people in the office in Samsung for DC, and I won. So I got this job. Thank you.
All right, so first let me join my colleagues and thank you for the opportunity. I think it's very important. My name is Asaf Ashkenazi. I'm a Director of Product Management in Qualcomm. I'm responsible or leading the team that foresee all the security products that we have. And let's start with why Qualcomm? How do we fit into this mix over here? So Qualcomm is the largest chipset manufacturer, chipset provider for smartphone and mobile devices. And if you have a smartphone, it is very likely that it's running on some kind of Qualcomm technology. And part of it is our security technologies that is baked into the hardware and the software of the devices. It is being used in billion devices already and protecting different things on the phone. Now, we developed certain kill switch technologies, and we can talk about what kill switch is. But before we get to it, I think that there is something that is very important. History shows us that whenever we try to come with a solution to a problem, we introduce new problem that we haven't thought about. Kill switch solution and anti-theft mechanisms are very important, and we believe that this technology should be available to consumers. But we also believe that this could have or could be a double-edged sword. If this technology is not implemented correctly, if it's not secure, there are many risks that can happen. I can give you one example. The criminals that are trying to make a profit out of it are very smart. So let's say that they can hack into the system that can activate the kill switch. They can hijack users' phones and ask for a ransom in order to unlock it. So there are many things that can go wrong. And in order to do it right, it's not just about what is the kill switch feature. It's also about how robust it is and whether we look at all the things that can go wrong and make sure that we implement it correctly. Now, in Qualcomm, we developed technologies in the chip that allow to make the device unusable if it's being stolen and allow to release it or unlock it if the user finds it, and the user can do it very easily, because we want to make sure that the cost of maintaining such solution is low. We also put a lot of emphasis on the authentication to make sure that any unlock command or remote lock command to the device is properly authenticated. And we put it, or we use our hardware to make sure that any software that is running on top of it is much more secure than a software or just a software solution that is running on it. Because you can be sure that the attackers, once they will start to see the solutions, they will start to look for ways to hack it, because there is a lot of financial profit coming out of it. So if you ask me if Qualcomm has the solution for anti-theft, if we have or we cracked the technology or got what it takes to build a secure kill switch solution or anti-theft mechanism, the answer is no. Because we don't believe that this is a solution that is in the responsibility of one company or one aspect of the industry. A kill switch solution should be a part of a chipset vendor that makes sure that the hardware below protects the software, that it cannot be hacked, that it's hardened. But then it needs to be a collaboration with the OEM, the ones that are actually building the device. And then it doesn't end there. It needs to be also part of the carrier that will have to support some of the users that might have problems and will have to maintain the database. So it's an effort that involves all of the people that actually sit on the table around here, that we all need to work together to make sure that we have a solution that is working properly and provides the right security for seeing any future attacks that can come.
Thank you. You want to go first?
First, as we have now received the opening comments, I'd like to remind all of you, and you've seen the pages walking around, Roger, please take advantage of the opportunity to submit your questions, because we would like to make this panel an inclusive panel, and I think there's an opportunity also to provide input through Twitter and other means, so please provide your inputs. We do have an abundance of questions already as well, but we want to make sure that we've covered those questions that are of most immediate interest to the people in the audience here. And I think there really are quite a few questions for us to move down. One of them that wasn't really fully covered, as several of you have talked about the need to make this an integrated effort from the chip level on up through the operating system, the device manufacturer, the system provider, and indeed other elements that were in the last panel of the ecosystem. The first question is, and I'll throw this up to the whole group, who should lead, who should follow, and where, from a forum standpoint, where should things come together to accomplish this integration of the ecosystem that we've talked about? A lot of blank stares out there.
Well, we'll start from the service provider. How's that?
Okay.
It's a tough question because, you know,
Of
as
course.
as mentioned, there's so many different aspects of this problem, and it's, you know, such a diverse ecosystem. I mean, we have several different operating systems sitting at this table alone, and you know, to try to come up with a common solution across all operating systems and then bring the chipsets in and what the service providers can offer, that there certainly are many different aspects of this.
And don't forget the last panel as well. There are other elements of the ecosystem that transcend even the technology groups that you represent.
Exactly. And I think that's one of the challenges is to determine how to pull all of this together. And probably that's a good task for the TAC, is to look at is one of the is to try to address that challenge and make a recommendation on how to pull the different aspects of the ecosystem together and come up with a solution that'll encompass all those different aspects.
And I think also a key part of the conversation and probably of the tax work needs to be the customer consideration and customer focus of such an experience, to make sure they understand what their experience is and what it means for them to be enrolled in any sort of Find My Phone or activation lock type functionality, and what it means for their privacy in terms of when the device is able to be located, whether that the technology is reversible, and questions around the user experience to ensure user adoption, because I think we can all sit here and devise systems, but if there are systems customers are uncomfortable with, either because of a real or perceived privacy risk, customers won't adopt them, short-circuiting the goal. And that's why we think it's important that it's an opt-in solution so that users really understand what they are opting into and take that affirmative step to share their location.
Well, let's stick with that one just for a moment. You
Sure.
said opt-in. This morning, a lot of the discussion was around opt-out, so that it's locked in. Stay on that one, and then we'll get back to the larger question.
Sure. So I think the opt-in, opt-out question is a really interesting one, and I think it's, in some level, one of nomenclature. If the user is presented with a choice, I think it's important that the users make the choice. And I think it's really important that they are presented with a choice for, if not, in no reason other than the following. How do you know who the owner of a phone is if they don't tell you that they're the owner and provide some authentication credentials with which to authenticate a phone that has been lost, stolen, or to wipe it or to reactivate it? So on some level, a user can be presented with a dialogue and they can have different options or the wording can be different, but they will ultimately need to give credentials for this to be an effective solution.
And then actually to add to Jason's point, it's really important to consider the fact that I think on the engineering side, we think of the term opt-in versus opt-out a little bit differently than it's been used today, as Jason was saying. And to us, having that process that user goes through that kind of says like, hey, look, maybe the box is checked. Maybe we're just telling you that it's going to be turned on by default, quote unquote, is what really is covering what you guys are thinking of as an opt-out, where for us that's kind of like an opt-in. So I think it's just a matter of terminology that we just kind of need to define it as a group and say this is what this means, this is what that means, and what you're really trying to get at is I want the vast majority of users to have the benefit of the capability. Right. That's what it really means to say, we want it to be an opt-out solution.
Well, I think consumer choice is very important here because when they sign up for this solution, they have to understand what they're signing up for, because they are going to be required to provide additional information about either the device itself or set up a user account or have some other communications there. So if the user by default has to put that information in there, I'm not sure how you do it, by default. So it has to be almost an opt-in type solution.
I think opt-in is another term similar to kill switch that probably needs definition.
Okay, well, moving back away from the sub-question to the larger question, who leads, who follows, who gets out of the way, what forum do you use to establish the direction that you all agree on, which is that this needs to be a collaborative effort, that everyone needs to be involved. Or at least I think all of you agree to that.
So at least from Qualcomm perspective, we are the client solution that we build. As I mentioned, we have a solution that is part of the overall solution. And we are working with the different carriers and with our customers, the handset manufacturing, in terms of exposing this technology to them and allowing them to build solutions that are running on top of it. So at least we have the integration between the hardware and the low-level software that we are providing and the operating system in the device, and later on with the solution, the overall solution. One thing that we don't want to create is a solution that will have a burden on the OEM or the carrier. And this is why we believe that it needs to be through a discussion of all the parties finding the right solution.
Just to add one more point to that, I think Jason hit it on the head earlier when he said at the end of the day, we need to think about how the user would actually use this product, right? And starting with that is the right place to. And one of the interesting things about this particular problem is that there are multiple parties here at the table that have user touch points, whether it's the carrier, it's the software layer, the OEM, various other folks. But I think that is the right way to start, and trying to figure out, okay, if we want to make this, to tie back in to the opt-in, opt-out question, if we want to make this as easy to use as possible, as approachable for the user, what is the information that we would need from that user? Start with that, figure out how we can solve those requirements with technology, and then go from there.
I have a follow-up question. One of the things I heard today is we have lots of solutions. And as a consumer, I've been told I should call the police, I should call my insurance carrier, I should call the service company, I should do other things. It's a lot of complexity to the end user. And I heard from this panel the phrase user experience. And I know that each of you have great products, but they're meant to be differentiated from each other, and they're quite different in terms of what the user experience is on each product. If we're going to have a universal solution, one that is universally adopted, maybe not a universal solution, can we look towards simplifying it for the consumer to have a common consumer experience that they don't have to investigate at each phone, at each gateway, what they have to do or what their responsibilities are? Could we be looking for a shared experience across multiple types of phones that a user sees a familiar environment if they happen to buy a new phone? How do we lower the bar for the consumer in this? Anybody?
I'll jump in there. Sure, I think it's something reasonable to strive for and try to have a discussion within this multi-community group that we're going to be forming here. Certainly everybody will have a little bit different view, but it's certainly something to strive for, that the consumer sees something common across the board, whether it's a Microsoft phone or Apple phone or Samsung phone, that they see a unified interface maybe, or a unified checkbox, so they understand, and appropriate outreach can be made by either the police department, FCC, other communities saying, be sure you sign up. This is what you should see. And we did something very similar when we did the emergency warnings, that we had some pretty common discussions on, for example, what the user would be able to opt in and opt out of via that feature. So, and that was formed under a working group of the FCC. So I think there's some avenue here to move forward on those interfaces. But I think we need to be careful not to be too prescriptive here, that we're saying one particular solution is the only way to go, because as I think was mentioned previously, that will narrow down the options here and may focus hackers on that particular solution.
Well, I carefully avoided using the term solution. What I focused on was a common user experience.
If I may jump in. Having worked in the wireless emergency alerts arena and now stolen handsets, you mentioned a common look and feel which was developed as part of a standardized mobile device behavior app for wireless emergency alerts. Perhaps that's something that can be envisioned here is a device behavior or consumer behavior specification which specifies how these functions should operate. But as with wireless emergency alerts, there also exist third-party applications that provide similar functionality that consumers can go off and choose if they want something above and beyond the standard approach that's available built into the device handsets. So that could be approach that could be looked at here. Some sort of standardized out-of-the-box approach, but there also exist third-party applications that provide other capabilities and functionality above and beyond.
And I think to the point of a common experience, that presumes common devices, and there are certain technologies like Find My iPhone, which is actually a much more encompassing program that encompasses OS X computers, where it's an entirely different user experience. In the first instance, it's not a screen that you're touching, but a computer that you're typing into. So I think, to the point made earlier about being overly prescriptive and that being a danger, it would be terrible to bring devices out of eligibility for such a service by making it too prescribed a common experience.
Mm-hmm. I think that if we look at, to be realistic, we will never be able to, or it will be very difficult and will take a long time to define a common user interface that is exactly the same across all manufacturers and all options. Because as you said, you have the option of the handset manufacturer, there is the OS, there are many there, the service. So the important thing is that consumers will have confidence in the solution they're using, even if the UI looks a little bit different. Mm-hmm. They need to know that their credentials are protected. They need to know that nobody can abuse their solution, that it's secure and they can trust it. if they will have the confidence in the solution, even if it will be slightly different in terms of slight difference in terms of the user interface that allows the different players to differentiate, I think that it could have a lot of adoption in the market.
Coming back to the notion of the kill switch, these are a couple of questions that have come in from the audience. There are several questions around this. But in this scenario of the three business models that we heard about this morning, the business model of stealing the SIM, the business model of the phone itself, and we'll for simplicity's sake, we'll just talk about the phone now only connected to Wi-Fi, if that, and the business model of stealing the data that is on the phone and using it for identity theft or other fraud purposes. The different approaches that we have, how can those address all three of these business models, or are there separate approaches to the different businesses, the criminal businesses that are in play here?
So I can start. I think you hit it right on the head with the second part of that point at the end, which is I think that speaks to the fact that it is a multi-layered solution, right? I think the carriers have a role to play in making sure that the device maybe can't connect to the network. They can't do that alone. That they need to work with. There needs to be some data that exchanges hands between the various parties involved. And to the extent that that phone is still able to be used as a computer, which I think that the gentleman from Columbia spoke about earlier this morning, there are other folks in the ecosystem that can hopefully help solve that problem, right? Whether it's the OEM, software like Lookout, the chipset manufacturer. So I think this does speak to the fact that it is a multi-layered problem because the different ways you can use that stolen phone are there's a variety of different ways you can use that stolen device. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think as we look at the global IMEI database as tackling one portion of the problem, looking at roaming verification and SIM, the SIMs going overseas and being used in a device overseas, and then the Syniverse, as mentioned this morning, and then the applications for find, lock, and wipe the device. I think the multi-layer approach is going to be needed for that.
So on the operating system side, I think it's important to see it as, we're empowering people to have these capabilities on their device. But when it comes down to like, oh, my phone was just stolen and who am I going to call, right? Like that does kind of defer a little bit to carriers because as was pointed out, right, the SIM is going to be taken out, shipped away, and the carrier is the one that has the capability to say like, look, no, the SIM is invalid. We cannot use this. So because there are different pieces of it, and yes, we have the OS on the device. We can do different experiences to block users from using the device itself. We can't help it when they pull the SIM out, right? So and as far as like the Wi-Fi only device or using it as a computer, as long as you connect to a network, I think that we have a role that we can play in helping enable those features.
Who is we?
At the operating system and services level, that we can, as long as you connect to a network, we can say, disable this phone, lock this phone. It doesn't have to be over a cell network.
I think to Nick's point about sort of empowering the user, it's also a matter of not just empowering the user, but also encouraging the user to take the steps to secure their device, whether that's enabling a passcode or enrolling it in a Find My Phone, activation lock type solution. So there also have to be sort of conscious decisions around how you message these things to users and when and where you prompt them, such as during an upgrade or during the new phone purchase process.
And I think what would be helpful is kind of defining the process across all of our companies, right? Like to ask the question of like, okay, my phone was just stolen. What do I do? And it's a clear set of steps. And it might be that, we all have our own little small part to play, but it's not defining an experience. It's more defining a process. Like, we expect that, users are we're going to educate users to try and, talk to the carrier or law enforcement or whoever the right person is to initially start with, and then do steps 1, 2, 3. And yeah, we also have to balance the fact that education's hard. It's hard to get people to do the right thing. But if we don't have a common process, that's where we get this mismatch of 5 different ways to go about the same thing.
Just to step on your answer, it seems that if we don't know who the right person to ask now is, that is part of the problem. So you just went through a list of people that possibly should be contacted. And it gets back to my earlier comment that it's a complex environment today for the user. We're asking a lot of education on the part of the user for something that should be very simple.
Yeah, and I have to point out, since this was suggested at lunch, it's a huge challenge for those who are senior citizens. So I have to pull out my senior level card here. So just be careful as you talk about the needs of senior citizens here.
Yeah, Walter, if I could just address yours. From a service provider's perspective, if that customer has service with us, obviously we want them to call us as soon as possible when they get their device stolen.
But I think
the
challenge from the Commission's viewpoint is to come up with a process, as Microsoft noted, that's a decision if that's the right decision. So I think we need to simplify the process for the consumer.
Right. All I'm saying is that, we have the ability to get that device shut off and protect the customer's accounts. Now, protecting the data, activating lock, that's kind of a separate issue. That's going to depend upon what's resident on the device itself. But as far as, the account management and putting it on the global IMEI database, that's something we as the carrier would handle. And that we would encourage that and certainly contact law enforcement if it was a crime involved.
Okay. We have a couple of user questions, audience questions, that revolve around the same subject, so I'm going to aggregate them and paraphrase it. Basically, the question is, how does a kill switch protect against people who can hack the phone or flash the phone or clone the phone, however you want to describe it? And I'll note in passing that while this 20 years ago might have been a rare capability closely held by a manufacturer, today literally thousands of people have access to technology, some of them inside the companies, some of them low-level employees inside companies. So flashing a phone is not a stupendous achievement anymore today. It's a common capability available broadly throughout the industry. So how do these solutions work company to company, and if somebody wants to flash the phone and reset everything? So maybe we'll start with the OS vendors.
Sure. So in the case of Find My iPhone and activation lock, the activation lock occurs when the phone is, after the phone has been enrolled in Find My iPhone, it's eligible for Find My iPhone and activation lock. If the phone is either remotely securely erased through the Find My iPhone interface on iCloud.com or the app, or if the phone is stolen and they try to reflash the phone by putting it into restore mode and rewriting the OS on it, it's at the point that the phone is going through the setup process and trying to connect and trying to activate that the activation lock gate is presented, and where they have to present the username and password. So part of the consideration for building an activation lock was that it would survive this reflashing attempt. And I think that's a common theme you'll hear throughout sort of people talking about their implementations of some notion of a kill switch, that it has to survive that sort of attack.
But recently I read that somebody had noted that they had a man-in-the-middle attack on what you recently released.
We're really interested in reports of people who claim to have bypasses of activation lock, and we're aware of a couple of different people who claim to have different solutions, and we know of a few of those solutions actually being sort of attempts to install malware on the people's computers who are trying to bypass activation lock. But we're aware of such claims and we investigate them.
Okay. Microsoft?
Yeah, so very similar to what Jason said. I mean, we obviously have the same set of problems essentially, right? Like you pointed out, flashing devices, doing a reset, remotely erasing the phone, all of that. So with the solution that we're working on, we have to solve the same issues. And I think an important point to point out that hasn't really come up yet today. We've talked heavily about IMEI databases and all of that. For us internally, like the way that we interact with our devices, we don't so much key off of that information. We have other mechanisms of secure, unique IDs in the phones that we utilize in our own database to interact. So beyond the fact that I went and did something on the phone and hacked it, to us, the truth is in the cloud in the sense that the service always knows what the right answer is to, hey, is your phone supposed to be locked, or is it supposed to be free for you to reset and use and play with? And having that process make sure that the right thing is happening on the device. To your point about what happens if people hack it or if there's vulnerabilities, that's a natural part of software, unfortunately, and that's something that we make sure that we like, as Jason said, investigate any claims and make updates and patches, and it's an iterative model, right? So engineering is an iterative process. We we build something, we find mistakes, we improve it, we go on.
So maybe I can add.
I want to give Rob a chance first. Rob, Samsung just announced a new anti-theft capability, and I think you took special implementations above and beyond what was offered in the operating system to achieve that. Do you want to talk a little bit about Samsung's approach?
Sure. We use the trust zone architecture within the chipset to ensure that any attempt to do an unauthorized reset of the device, either through you can do what's called almost like a Vulcan pinch, press 3 buttons to get to the bootloader and try to reflash the device, or through the debugging interface that's provided through Android. If you try to reset the device in that manner, you're going to have to go back through the setup process and re-enter the user name and password that you signed up for a reactivation log. So it's all the way down to the hardware level. It also relies on the SE Linux architecture to be sure everything's secured there. And we also do implement rollback prevention on the devices so that you can't roll the software back to a previous version that didn't have the solution.
Asaf?
Yeah, so we're quite familiar with the technologies, and I like the reason that I wanted to comment here is because this is exactly, or the best examples of how this needs to be a collaboration. So as you said, and it's a natural path of the software that there are things that can go wrong, and at the end of the day, when you implement, just to simplify it, when you implement something like this, there needs to be an information on the device somewhere that your device is now in a stolen mode or lock mode. And if I can wipe it, because I can wipe any software that is there and put something new, that's it. I have a new device. And this is where we are using our hardware to put indication that are tied to the hardware specifically, that even if you replace the entire software, even if you put another operating system, not even the operating system that was intended to run on the device, it doesn't matter. The indication that the device was stolen is still there and will not allow you to use the device unless you unlock it. And this is where there is a collaboration, because you need to have the operating system parts, but you also need to have the parts that are running in the hardware to make sure that if the layer of the operating system or the software is attacked, then you have the layer below that protects the device.
Dennis?
No, I think this gets at the last point. There was a clear definition of carrier takes care of SIM-related business items. The operating system is where the use in a disconnected fashion would occur. And I think what I heard from you, Yusuf, is that as far as the disconnected device still being available for providing information, fraud detection, and the rest, you would take care of that at more the chip level. Is that a reasonable perspective from across the group?
The only thing I would add to that, I mean, it's more than the SIM. The global IMEI database is the hardware platform itself as well. So when we're looking at the carriers, we are looking at the hardware platform through that IMEI, and if it's on that database, then that's not going to get service on our network.
Although let me push back.
Sure.
If the emphasis of this is to deter theft, from what we heard from law enforcement and others, you're not doing that fast enough that it would be a disincentive, a big disincentive to the theft part. The golden hour that was talked about earlier, being able to have a solution that takes effect nearly immediately as opposed to within a 24-hour span of time.
Well, as far as on our network, it is as soon as the customer reports it, it goes into our network, and then it gets propagated to the global database, and that is then going to be dependent upon when other operators pull it down.
But I think the point, how quickly do you propagate it to the global database? Because it was suggested that 24 hours was sort of...
I'm just going to state the GSM Association North American guidelines that we developed were following the 24-hour guidelines of the GSM Association.
So they're...
That's the guidelines that are in place.
I understand that's the guideline, and as Mary suggested this morning, that was certainly better than 48 hours, or but the golden hour, it still doesn't accomplish that objective. One of the other things that was brought out that relates to the hardware subject, and I think you over lunch even talked about this, is the role of our thumbprint, our eye characteristics, our facial characteristics. How do those fit into all of this?
The authentication is always the tough problem. And we know that passwords, they're working, but there are a lot of challenges with passwords, and people need to remember them, and it could be a problem, especially when we're talking about kill switch or something like this, or when you need to restore your data. Is what do you do if it's not your device it was not stolen, you just lost it and you found it back? Now, the authentication that biometric provides is very seamlessly and very comfortable to the users. So once I find my device, I don't need to call any center to tell them back that, hey, it's not stolen, or I don't need to log into anything to get some password or activation code. I can just swipe my finger and the device is unlocked. And this can be done very securely because the fingerprint part or the other biometric can go directly to the hardware with minimal software exposure to make sure that even if the device is hacked through software vulnerabilities, the authentication through the biometric is still protected.
Unfortunately, I have a little bit of experience, a rather crude bit of experience from days when I worked for NCR, who make the ATMs. We use thumbprints as a means of authentication, often because people really couldn't read or write in some parts of the world. And monies, Social Security monies, were distributed in certain parts of Africa, it turns out, through thumbprint authentication. It was a very sad statement, but true, that there was a very large portion of the population who no longer had thumbs.
Yeah, and I think that, and also probably the guys here that manufacture the phones will tell you that it's an option. It's not like mandated. You can still, people that prefer to use the password or activation pins can still use them. So it's not something that is mandatory. And also the industry are working on other biometric authentication like iris and different things.
But there is the biometric is an important one, and I think that's a key one. And that's certainly one we're hearing from USF. Are there other members of the panel that would have a view on biometrics?
So I think it's important to consider biometrics generally is a word that sort of has a bunch of different definitions behind it, and I think that in the case of Touch ID, which is which allows you to use a finger to unlock your iOS device, it really is designed to be a password complement. It allows you to conveniently unlock your phone. Using Touch ID requires having a passcode set on your device. It's not meant to be a substitute for a passcode, as it still requires a passcode to operate. And I think that it's important to think about the use of biological indicators, such as fingers, to support the cases you're talking about, where either people don't have thumbs, they don't have the dexterity to use certain fingers in the way that is necessary for the readers. They don't have fingerprints for whatever reason. It's important to factor those into the design of the product. And in the case of Touch ID, one of the balances we struck was if it can't read your fingers after 10 times, you have to enter the passcode. Because we think it's a rare occurrence, and it may mean that you were just doing something, your hands are wet or what have you, or there was a smudge on the reader. But it's important to provide that fallback option as well.
I think one of the things I heard was that it could be an option. I would always give consumer choices on different mechanisms, whether it be biometrics or passcodes, and leave the options up to the consumer for what they feel they are best suited for using, and make it easy for them.
Well, I'd also point out that using biological measures as part of any sort of unlocked device then creates the problem of having to secure that on the device. And certainly there are ways to do that in hardware, but it is a challenge that has to be considered, and that we've taken the approach of having to be part of the processor and applying encryption, ensuring it's not backed up off the device or leaves the device. But these are all considerations that have to be made in the design process that makes them really a complement for a password rather than a wholesale substitute.
Let me ask a question, and I'll start off by noting that today has been a rare coming together of a diverse group of industries that have a role in terms of the deterrence in terms of cell phone theft. Law enforcement, people who are in insurance business, people who are in the data business associated with cell phones, cell phone manufacturers, chip manufacturers, service providers. The other thing I heard today was that what we do today is going to be obsolete at some point in the future, that the criminal gets smarter. How do we have an evolving process out of this? Or do we need an epical getting together once every 5 years to start focusing on this problem? So how do we start something and keep it evolving over time? Anybody want to take that? And if not, I'll go. Oh, thank you.
I think I forgot who mentioned it, but I think it is an iterative process, right? I think we've talked about what tools and technologies available today. We talked about biometric sensors and some things that may come in the future. Once we roll those out, I suspect that somebody will figure out a way to compromise some part of that. Hopefully it's small, but I don't think there's any way you get away from the fact that this is always going to be an iterative industry, including the phone theft industry. And it's just up to us to hopefully stay one step ahead of that side of the industry.
Yeah, I would again say, it is an iterative process. One of the challenges that we do have with the mobile phone industry right now, with getting updates out to users, is that it's usually a pretty long process to from the time that we code it and say it's ready to ship to the time that it's actually on a user's device is a pretty long time, unfortunately, and we've been trying to get that time down, but it's kind of there's so many different people involved in the process, right? There's the OS manufacturer, there's the OEM, there's the carrier, and all of those people are required to go through steps that have to get out to customers. So trying to also find a better way to decrease that time would be beneficial in getting critical and important updates out to users.
Rob or Asaf?
I don't have anything to add to that. I think they covered it very well.
The service company at the table?
As I mentioned in my opening statement, prescribed top-down solutions are going to be inflexible. And as you mentioned, as solutions are rolled out, threats and vulnerabilities will be opened up to those solutions, and new attacks will emerge. And certainly we as an industry, all of us, need to keep on top of those and continually to evolve our solutions to keep up with the different vulnerabilities that are uncovered.
So just one thing I wanted to add to that I forgot to mention earlier. I think part of this, though, is making the economic incentive less, right? So how do we make it more costly to be able to steal phones? I think with each iteration, hopefully we can make the incidents of phone theft maybe 1 out of 10 go that to 1 out of 100, 1 out of 1,000. I think that's one of the goals, and one of the things that technology can do is reduce the economic incentive to steal phones.
Okay, we next have a bit of a snowstorm of questions around the role of the police in this process. And the range, again, I'll summarize, as Walt did a few moments ago, some of the questions, but they range from the overall role, or can you all take care of it totally, given the scope that you represent, and perhaps selectively a few of the folks from the previous panel, to police ought to really take over. They ought to run the databases. They ought to be involved in our design process. Completely contrary to the top-down, they should be involved in helping with the design. But what is the role that the police ought to have? And implicit in a lot of what you've talked about is the notion that once the phone is gone, it's gone. None of you have really mentioned the notion of retrieving the device and restoring it to its owner, which would logically seem to be a role that the police would have some part in. But could you speak to that point, their role, and even this last piece, the retrieval of devices, or are they just gone and we write them off?
And how you presently act with the police, interact with the police.
Yes, and then good. The current interaction. I mean, it was sort of implicit in my question with the top down, but how do you currently interact? I only talked about how you might in the future have them on your design team, but or your operations team as you organize a service. So
I think a really important role for law enforcement that was mentioned by the CTA representative earlier, right, is, and then also the GSMA associate, was getting involved with the databases, right? Like we heard earlier that only 2 law enforcement agencies actually utilize that database right now.
In the U.S.
In the U.S., sorry, yes, in the U.S. And yes, there are challenges, with legalities and all of that, and that's being worked through. That's great. So once that's all cleared up, the sooner that law enforcement can get on board with that system and start utilizing it in their investigations would be helpful.
I had a different, I'll put this out on the table. I had a different reaction to that, okay? I think if you have something useful, people gravitate towards using it. And I was surprised. I hadn't heard that only 2 law enforcement agencies had signed up to use that. I would suggest as a possible thought that law enforcement isn't finding it useful. So the solution might not be we got to get law enforcement to use it, but I'd start wondering about why they aren't.
Well, there were some jurisdictional issues and things that were mentioned, the 1,800 or whatever it was, different. 18,000, yeah, state 1,000, you're right, not 100.
And the other part of it, too, we heard that, in the UK that it has been successful because they do kind of have a more unified sort of jurisdiction. And the other challenges were, I think, around awareness, right? Like with so many different departments, are they really all aware of what tools are out there?
And I've been assured by several that they this was the first time they ever heard that such a thing existed.
I think another important role that law enforcement does and will continue to play is educating consumers as to the true value of their smartphones and the devices and the threats that they face from theft and robbery. Notions that we heard earlier today about the advertisements of the $100 bill, sort of talking into the $100 bill advertisement. I know that several police departments encourage consumers to upgrade to the latest version of iOS 7, which included Activation Lock because it included Activation Lock. And I know that, as we heard earlier today, that there was some drop-off in device theft as a result of that.
And then on the topic of device recovery, I think as the Gazelle representative said earlier, right, especially for Activation Lock that Apple currently has, their support staff know that, hey, if I turn on this device and I see that it says call this number to return my device, right? Same case for Windows Phone. If I lock my phone and say, hey, call me back and you can give me the phone back. If law enforcement maybe were aware of that and went through their own little internal process of like, okay, well we've recovered a phone somehow, let's see who the owner is, right? Or maybe reaching out to carriers. I'm not sure if there's any involvement on law enforcement to carrier side saying like, hey, we've either phones have been turned in, we've caught thieves that have tons of phones. Do they call carriers and say, hey, here are the IMEIs, or these are your customers, can you get it back to the customers? Maybe more of like a push model, right, for the devices that they do recover.
And I think the notion of devices being recovered highlights the fact that it's important that any sort of kill switch be reversible, so a consumer can take their device and make it active again, and make it a fully functioned phone again, even if they have to reload their data onto it, and that the functionality needs to be one where the user inputs some data and hits submit in the process so that the phone has an associated registered owner with it so that they can then verify it is in fact their phone. Because there's no way to sort of pre-populate that as we were discussing earlier.
Let me do just on that one, a quick straw vote from the panel in terms of reversible versus true fused brick. What's your preference? How many of you are in favor of reversible? Okay, let the record show it's unanimous. Okay. No, but this is actually very important because there are those who are strongly advocating the pure fused brick and want to go to a hardware solution where Qualcomm chips have a fuse in them and the fuse literally blows, and unless you're able to pop the top of the chip and go back in and solder a wire in, it's gone. But none of you would advocate that as an approach.
No, I think that.
Oh, sorry.
Really excited. We're both really excited to answer that question. I think that it's important that it's reversible and not a sort of fuse solution that renders the phone fully inoperable forever. In part because that's the only. If it's not reversible, it's not clear users will subscribe to any feature that powers it, because they'll be afraid that they'll accidentally lose their phone, trigger the kill switch, and then they'll be in that 20% that recover their phone later, and then they have a several $100 brick. When we really want users to be able to use the device that they have in front of them if they're authorized and entitled to do so.
And I would say it also speaks to the user mindset as well, right? Like when you lose your phone, you can't find it, you start freaking out, right? Mm-hmm. So if your first reaction is, oh no, I have to go quickly report that it's stolen, now that percentage goes up of people who,
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's the lightning round in one or two sentences. What are the guidance points based on today that you'd like to provide to the working groups that will be starting right out of this session?
Well, going back, I think, we need to look at flexible solutions that are going to evolve toward the future. We need to look at solutions that, will be easy for consumers to use and will be something that will be readily adopted by the user community if we want this to work.
For me, it's two things. It's really ease of use for the consumer and also making data-driven decisions about implementation. Right? I think there are still some I think quick short wins that we can get, but I think it requires having visibility into what state are these phones in when they're stolen, and also what can individual players do. And I think as we start building on that, you can get to a more integrated solution across different players in the ecosystem.
I think it's about developing technologies at all layers of the stack, both in terms of encouraging users to lock their devices, to encrypt that, making sure that encryption is strong, making sure that the device can be remotely erased and then put into an activation lock state that's reversible, thinking at all layers of the stack and ensuring that those technologies are easy for consumers to use, and also that it's clear to consumers how they operate and what choosing to enable those technologies means to them from a security and privacy perspective.
Yeah, I think it's really important to take a look at the CTA commitment and identify, because we did spend quite a bit of time working on that with our peers in the industry, identify what is not in there, what we think needs to be in there, or understand other concerns around that, so that we can then figure out the VNext, right? The next thing to go tackle after we solve that initial commitment that we've made.
I think it's important to start to leverage what has been done in industry. I think there's been a lot of work that you're hearing about maybe for the first time, just as the operating systems that we heard about this morning being updated, and hopefully the TAC will bring that in. Also, I think it's very important that we have time to implement these solutions. You can't completely erase and replace a set of devices in 2 months, but maybe 5, 6, 7 months, a year or so. So we need time to implement whatever solution that the TAC does come up with.
Yeah, so nobody steals today car stereos. So we believe that we can get to the same level where we solve the problem technologically from devices. But I agree, there are no shortcuts in security. We can provide the features, it will look very good for the Wall Street Journal at the beginning, but then the problem will come. So we need to make sure that whatever solution that we are putting, we also make sure that it's not just that the features are locked, but also the robustness level of the implementation of these features.
Great. Well, our time, unfortunately, is gone. It's flown by, as it does so often with these kinds of interesting panels, and I think you have lived up to your billing. You've done an extraordinarily good job in educating us on a lot of the things that are going on and will be going on, and some great directions for the future. So as a group, let's give a round of applause to our panel. Now I'm told that we need to leave the room very shortly, and this is a great thing for a professor to be told you're supposed to do a wrap-up, but you have 3 minutes and 27 seconds to accomplish that feat. I think most of the punchline for this session has already been presented. This really is, as Walt said at the start of this panel, the beginning of a process. I didn't realize until Chairman Wheeler described it this morning that it was 6 months and we will be implementing solutions. I think that's quite aggressive, but our chairman is quite aggressive by his very nature. So we will see what we can do about that. But the FCC's Technological Advisory Council will be sponsoring a work group effort that will proceed forward and will report out something by the end of the year that is hopefully actionable, that can really move things forward in this space, that can take advantage of a lot of the thoughts that have been represented today, and work on a lot of the edge cases, because the edge cases are always the tough part, being an engineer by training. The general case is easy to solve. The edge cases and all of the, what if it's prepaid, not postpaid phones, and what if all of those cases need to be covered and dealt with, at least at the beginning. There will be a public notice out to offer an opportunity for those that are interested in participating in the work group, and this public notice will be sent out shortly, I'm told. But this will be a working group that will be operating under the auspices of the Technological Advisory Council, so that have an opportunity to participate in that group in an overall sense. With that, I do want to thank all of you who have participated, not just the panel up front, but I see several of the panelists from the other sessions who are still with us, and appreciate their contributions. Appreciate also the wonderful kickoff that we received this morning from both the Senate and the House side of Congress, as well as Tom's personal focus and that from the Washington Police Department. So we want to thank everyone for a great day, and keep your cards and letters coming on this one, because the other thing that I think we've all seen is that this is an extraordinarily complex challenge that we have to deal with. So it will take a lot of bright minds who operate in different spaces, and we've talked about that again all day, to be able to come up with solutions to the problems. And even with those solutions, I think it's something, although slightly contrary to what the chairman said this morning, I think there will be an evolving solution. There will be a solution set of solution elements that we will have, and we'll be able to take advantage of those and then move forward. So that's it. Walt's pulled out the hook. And so thank you one and all. Have a great rest of the day.